Western, would you mind going in the break room and make sure we getting everybody out here? Thanks, appreciate that. That was a short trip and a fast relay. All right, we're at that order of bills on third reading and final passage. And the next bill for our consideration is House Bill 98. Chairman Harshman.
House Bill 98, sponsored by Revenue, property tax, homeowners exemption, and act relating to taxation, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Now, Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 98. Ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is really a mistake. As chairman of the committee, I missed this and I knew it, but I missed it. But anyway, we had an updated fiscal impact, Mr. Speaker, to this bill. The one that was posted that you might see online has a certain amount, but it was updated by our LSO fiscal, and the cost is $35 million a year. Okay, so we brought an amendment in committee then to backfill that exact amount, $70 million over the 2-year life of this program. But I will tell you that amendment is not necessary. So the third reading amendment basically deletes the standing committee amendment on the which is now a $40 million appropriation. Because if you go to page 3, paragraph C of the bill, it's got what we call an auto appropriation to the counties to backfill fully any loss of revenue from this bill. So this bill again doesn't show a fiscal appropriation, but there's an auto appropriation. It's coming right out of the LSRA. We expect about $35 million a year over the next 2 years, the life of the bill. And again, it's a $50,000 exemption, which is taxed at 9.5% and or assessed at 9.5%. Average mill levies in the state of Wyoming are 68 mills per county is the average. Some are a little higher, some are a little lower. So that'll equate to about a $300 savings for every home, every residential property in Wyoming. So that's it. So about 25 bucks a month, 300 a year, average be 270 in some counties, up to 320 or so in others. So that's the amendment to take out really what was a mistake in our standing committee, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson for your first time.
So thank you. And if the good chairman from Revenue can just confirm if I'm understanding this whole bill accurately, is we have the citizens of the state saying our property taxes are too high because we're basing it on an evaluation that's really impacted by people who are moving in here from out of state and paying too high for their property. But that's impacting people, and they're crying foul. Well, property taxes go back to schools and to locals, and they're saying, well, if you reduce that tax, we can't absorb it. Schools and community college, all them, they can't absorb it. And so then what we are saying is, that, if I'm hearing accurately, the plea from the public then is somebody has to make this whole, because we don't want to pay this property tax. And so the counties and the schools are saying we can't absorb it. So then what it comes back to then is the state has to belly up to the bar, kinda, but it's really, again, our extractive industries are covering a cost of the state. Am I even close on that?
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Storer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the amendment and discussion of the bill, as the good Mr. Chairman said, this is, I ran some numbers over lunch just to take a look at this. It is about $270 to $350 per household. It represents a very small amount of the median property tax in the land of Sharp Peaks, but a much larger percentage of the median property tax in some of our eastern counties, nearly 2/3. As Mr. Chairman said, it costs $35 million a year to provide this exemption across the board. And of course, should we not appropriate and backfill the counties, the loss will be significant, especially in our smaller counties, close to 1/3, and with an average of 22% revenue loss from residential. So while, as we've discussed, we've had a lot of counties have had double-digit increase in property values over the last 1 year or two. This does represent a modest increase in the overall tax liability here in Wyoming. This bill requires a sunset provision, so it also will reduce people's taxes, but then they will be raised again should we sunset as the bill provides, in 2 years. So then people's property tax will go back up. And I do think that's not good tax policy. As you know, we've done some really good work developing some targeted,
Might want to stay
Efforts.
a little closer to the amendment.
sorry. And I would just say that, that I think the work we've done before is a reasonable effort. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Ward for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a question. I think it moves the enactment from July 1st, 2023 to January 1st, 2024. Did the bringer of the amendment mention that? I just wanted to make sure that that was known. Thank you.
Representative Davis for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, if I'm hearing what you're saying correctly, this will be basically $300 for every household in every town in every community. No, there won't be any higher on one side or lower on the other. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? If you want to speak to the bill, you got to bring in an enacting clause, delete the enacting clause. Representative Clouston?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my only worry with this, it's a 2-year fix, but we're taking money away from our cities and our counties. And I don't know if that was brought up in committee and addressed. I'm hoping we need property tax relief, but I'm hoping we have a better vehicle than this one. Thank you.
Representative Jennings for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'd direct the body's attention back. We've heard that this is a loss and that our locals may lose money with this amendment. I would bring forth the proposal that not only were taxes already going up, in my contact with that department that collects money, last year they collected the normal or whatever it had been going up. And then it was a $460 or $54 million increase over what it was the year before. So I look at this, and to be honest with you, this isn't a policy change. This isn't reform. This is a Band-Aid. This is just a return of a small fraction of that. The good bringer of this amendment said about $35 million a year for 2 years. This doesn't reform. This doesn't change how we do that. And think about that, almost $500 million above what they collected the year before. No one's losing money at that. I mean, looks to me like there's a lot of money there. And so we're just asking to bring a little bit of that back in this amendment. We're trying to bring back $35 million a year for 2 years. Counties, you can say, I guess you could call it a loss. It's a loss from what they had hoped to get. But that's a huge amount. I mean, across the state, it varies from county to county, certainly. But overall, we as the state, we have $454 or $64 million above what we took in the year before. This is just a small Band-Aid. And while I'm opposed to this concept because I believe that we really ought to be dealing with reform, This is a little bit of relief on and for.
Anybody else for their first time on the amendment? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Sponsor on the amendment? Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for most of the question. The one question that came on the amendment from the representative from Casper on the date, and you can see the date change was on the first standing committee amendment, and it continues on this committee of the whole. And good question, because that was brought to us by the department that works in this area, and originally as an enactment date here this July, you're in the middle of the tax year, so it doesn't work. So start it clean with the new tax year, January 1st, 2024, and that is in both amendments. Okay, so that just makes that clear. A lot of other talk, Mr. Chairman, but I just think, again, I appreciate everybody's consideration. We're just looking for a 2-year kind of relief on this big spike that we've experienced. And so that's where we're at with this. So I appreciate your support for the amendment, because we don't want to double fund it or do anything. That was a mistake. I'll own that mistake. And we want to correct that with the committee of the whole amendment. Excuse me, third reading amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker. So thank you, and encourage your aye vote on the amendment.
Question is, shall third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 98 pass? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 98 has been adopted. Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 2, and I will remove it at the appropriate time.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So we've heard some discussion. I know that was supposed to be on the amendment, but I know we've heard some basics about this. But I guess I brought this so I could discuss the entirety of the bill, the point, and to urge your no vote on this. So obviously this year we've passed and we've talked about different ways to look at property tax relief. We've already passed 121 with deferrals and 99 with refund. And those are appropriate tools to hit the targeted group that we want to hit and give property relief from, property tax relief from, where this is kind of the opposite of that. This is a big blanket. Everybody gets this. So plenty of people who are basically willing and able to pay their property taxes. This just, provides that relief for people who don't need it. And I can't remember who it was. It doesn't matter, but there was a good representative, I think, from appropriations that said, property tax is one of the few places that our counties get to collect a tax and be able to fund theirs and have a stable stream. And if they and we need to leave that alone, I would suggest. And if they want, when they're going up, they can reduce a mill. They did it in my county. So there's a way for them to do it, but leave that for your counties, because our counties vary on what that is and what their needs are. And so just doing this blanket, I would suggest is just the wrong way to go. And we've looked at other ways and we've passed other ways, and those will get through both bodies, and we'll have some targeted, specific tax relief. But this just isn't it. There's a bunch of tools and a bunch of different ways to go about things, right? And we've discussed those. I would suggest this is some of the least equitable, it doesn't have any, finesse. It doesn't, it's not targeted. It's just not the right fit. Exemptions, this blanket exemption is just not the way to go. So I would urge us to vote this down and go forward with the other tools that we've already discussed and passed. So again, on and against the bill, really.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On in support of the bill and against the amendment. So I don't know about everybody else's county, but certainly in my county, everybody's seen a lot of taxes go up. And I think this is just a simple little Band-Aid for a couple years to provide a little bit of tax relief. We talk about, well, what are we going to do long-term? Is it just a rebatement program or reimbursement program for just certain people? We don't even really have that designed very well. And really, if you want to solve it, you got to go to a constitutional amendment where you can actually more directly get to who you want to have or the areas that you want to have. You know, perhaps it's just certain counties that where their property is greater than XYZ. But I think this is an opportunity, and yes, it's going to cost us $30 million to provide this bit of tax relief to our people. And will we need it anymore in 2 years? That's a question. Property values may go down then, but at least this does provide a little bit of property tax relief, and I do support it. Until we get a broader solution, which frankly, I don't see that coming, you know, and maybe a joint resolution's going to try to take a look at that over time, but I don't see it in any other vehicle we have here today.
Okay, anyone else? First time, Representative Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On and against the amendment and for the bill. And what I would like to say is, has been mentioned earlier, we haven't brought any real solutions to fixing this tax problem. But I think if we're going to do a fix like this, it needs to be equitable. We talk about having equality in taxes. And so if we're going to give a refund or a rebate or what this bill does, we need to do it equitably across the state, because it's everybody that's getting the tax raise. So for the bill.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So on the previous amendment, the chair of the Revenue Committee said there's an updated fiscal note. So can someone from the Revenue Committee really just speak to how much this will cost in its entirety from now until sunset? Thank you.
Representative Locke for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really just replying to kind of what has already been said, but I just want to push this a little bit. You know, you've heard how much we've had a lot of a surplus year, for lack of a better term, and that's been used many times, and we've used that many times for spending. So I just want to put this out there that of all the things we do, as most of you know, or many of you, as you knocked on doors, I'm sure everybody heard this not once, many, many, many times. And in some cases, a lot of folks are hurting. So clearly, of all the things we do, I think since we have had a surplus year, one place for us to spend this money, which isn't a huge amount compared to what we spent, but certainly we should be looking for this opportunity to do this give back and support the people in our state. They're the ones working with us, helping us here, you know, really funding everything we do. So I think this is a good area for us to give them a little relief. Thank you.
Representative Harshman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, the bill, there is a corrected fiscal note online. So if you go to that bill and click on fiscal note, it'll show you 34.5 the first year and 35.5 the second year. But again, it's to homeowner owned, occupied, and I think the 5-year piece in there, and then so that's it. But anyway, so the answer to that question that was asked, it's updated, it's on your website, 35 million roughly per year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Davis for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the good representative that was born north of my community is hit it right on the nail on the head there. These counties do have this ability, you know, and in a former life being part of one of that deals. I think this could be addressed at that local level. And I know the local level, but I once again want to reemphasize that a one size that fits all across the state has never fit anything. So I'm against the bill.
Representative Storer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind the body on what we did accomplish in House Bill 99. That allows a household income of, on statewide average of $83,000. $83,000 to get a significant reduction up to half of their property tax liability if they've been here for 5 years. That also, if there's a county program also in that county, then essentially their entire tax, property tax will get wiped out. So I really do think what House Bill 99 does is find relief for the people that most need it. And frankly, for the people who don't need it, they won't even notice this because it's a very, very small percentage of what their property tax is in the land of sharp peaks. So I do think they won't even probably appreciate it. But in any case, I do think this is the wrong tool. And we've already got some great tools that we put in the toolbox. Thank you.
Representative Banks for your first time. Remember not to refer to other bills. I think I did it too, so sorry about that. Representative Banks for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll keep it on this one. Members, I see this as one of the biggest things we can do and accomplish this session, is to give the people's money back to them and offer them some relief. They need it. Everyone needs it. The elderly, the hardworking families, they all need relief. And if we accomplish that, and I applaud the efforts of the Revenue Committee to address this issue. It was a loud issue that we heard statewide. And the ability to do that and give the people's money back to them in their time of need, I see as one of the biggest things we can accomplish this session. So I support this bill and encourage, and I vote on it. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Eklund for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, so I'm going to rest my case on us interfering with the local control. I said it last bill and kind of got beat up over the deal, but that's what we're doing here. I'm not sure where I am on the bill. It does sound like a great plan, but the people that are returned the money are, primary households. So it should affect, probably most of the people in the state could get this refund. But you better look at how your county is funded. I think what's going to make a bigger difference in all of these counties is how much revenue comes in from the mineral industry, and is there enough revenue that's going to cover the costs that our city people and county people need to operate on. That's a bigger problem, and I'm not even sure on my own. I'm kind of waiting for some information, but that would be a bigger deal probably than even the $300. So I don't know where I am on the bill. I'll keep listening.
Representative Knapp for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, against him for the bill. I've had the opportunity to serve on a Board of Equalization when in essence you're judging a taxpayer's relief on their taxes. And one of the things you start to learn is that our taxation on property tax is done with the CAMA system, and it's done statewide, and it's very hard to get relief from that when you go before a Board of Equalization. The reason is they want to be as fair and consistent as possible for every taxpayer. That's why they're taxed the same. So when we give relief, I believe that relief should also fall into that category of doing as much consistently back to those taxpayers as we can. Thank you.
Representative Provenza for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to the good representative 2 moments ago who mentioned revenue to counties coming from minerals. My county doesn't have minerals. We just aren't able to get funding from that. And so a large driver of our revenue comes from these taxes. So just wanted to make sure that was in consideration. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Jennings for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So once again, body, think about this. This is not that we're going to harm. In those counties, maybe they didn't go up the same percentages as somebody, a neighbor's county. But overall, it went up. We gathered an extra almost $500 million. And what we're talking about is $35 million. We're talking a very, very tiny amount. Is it not targeted? The good bringer of this amendment pointed out that it's not targeted as much as some of the other things that we perhaps have looked at. I see that as a good thing. Because, you know what, I get really uncomfortable when we start targeting people. And I feel like that we begin to promote class envy. Well, maybe the wealthy individual that doesn't need this, maybe they won't appreciate it as much, but maybe they'll go buy ice cream or an extra cup of coffee. This is not enough money to not try and help those people that truly need it. And again, I don't see this as reform at all. This is a Band-Aid. I'm not for it. I wish that we had looked at reform, but we did not. And therefore, we have this Band-Aid in front of us to look at for a couple of years. And I'd ask you guys to look at any county, their increases. This is cutting down by $35 million out of 23 counties, $35 million of an increase of $454 million on top of whatever they got the year before, or whatever the increase was from the year before. This is practically coffee change for some of our, maybe a department or something. And our people out there are hurting, lots of people. And so, you know what? If somebody wealthy that doesn't need it, if you're listening out there, donate it back. Your county sure will take it, I'm sure. So on and against the amendment and for the bill.
Representative Larson for your first time.
And I thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with the previous speaker that this isn't a reform and it is a Band-Aid. And I appreciate what it's trying to do. I guess where I'm struggling, Mr. Chairman, is just the mechanics or the structure. So if you go back and you say, what is property tax used for? And which largely is local and school and community college. Who made that decision? The voters made that decision. The voter says, we vote in these mills and we'll accept it all the property tax, and the property tax should fund these activities. Now, the interesting thing for those of you who have been here for the past 6 years at least, maybe 8 years, is we've had this structural deficit in our school funding. And each year we have to take from the LSRA, we've been taking $300 million or up to, whatever that amount has been to fill that gap. This last year, that didn't have to happen. Now, who's supposed to fund education? Property taxes, right? That should come over there. But last year, we didn't have to do that because we finally had enough property taxes that filled the gap that funded school, as the voters said they were going to do generations ago. And so when you come back to, and I appreciate the good comments from the chairman of agriculture, is that if this is a local decision, if the people, if our constituents, and I know that it's a burden to, this has been a difficult thing on property tax, if that's a local problem, we're holding the counties harmless. They get the increase for the most part. We're funding that. Why are they not coming back to their citizens and in the schools coming back to the citizens and saying, as my county did, we don't need all those meals this year. We can reduce the number of meals. How many of your counties done that? As I pointed out, mine did. There are some things they can do locally without passing this extra burden on to the state to say, we want to keep what we got or what we have coming through this increase, and you take care of this deal. I just think that the mechanism we're using here is flawed with the structure that put the funding and the use of property tax in place. So I think we've got work to do. I don't argue that we need to fix property tax. I just don't think this is, and Mr. Chairman, if you'd just indulge just a minute, one of the people that we really worked with this last year was the good representative from House District 51's mother, who was an assessor in our county. As she was coming in on the end of her life with a very serious illness, she sat down with us. And I could just tell you, Representative, your mother would be very proud of you today. Well done.
Representative Pendergraft for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wonder about the perception. We have a very wealthy state who has just received a little bit of a bumper crop of cash. And perception is reality. So while this may be a complex issue, we need to understand how we're going to approach our people if we don't go through with some effective relief. We always ask ourselves, and indeed it's our responsibility to say, can we afford to do this? I'm also asking, who asks on behalf of our constituents, can they afford what has come upon them? I agree with the comments earlier about counties, but we don't control what they do. We can make suggestions. Perhaps that needs to be done. At any rate, against the amendment and for the bill.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time? Chairman Eklund, for your second time.
So I did get a little bit more information, and it kind of confuses what my decision will be on this. But apparently there is a rebate program that the counties can run through the state that would offer similar to relief to these people. And then the state would pay for it rather than the counties having to pay for it. And I'm curious why, if that's enforced, is that going to be on top of this rebate? If somebody knows anything about that, I'd appreciate more information on it. Right now, I am not sure I can support this because our county is talking about setting up their own rebate program, and that'll go away if the state imposes this one on them. So help me if you know anything about that other rebate deal that the state has.
Representative Harshman, shed some light.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just a lot of words being said, but this is really, now this is an exemption. Okay, we have passed a refund program that we've had in statute for 40 years, and we actually broadened that refund. That would be after you pay all your property taxes, you can then apply, and we had record numbers of people apply last year. And it is a, it's wealth-based, income-based, so it's got tiers to that. That has been a hugely successful program, and we have upped that and opened it up for more people and doubled the funding to it. As said earlier now, I think even that statewide average salary is 80-some thousand household salary, up to all the limits. And that is really a great program. Targets the people who are really struggling, not multi-billionaires or anybody with multiple stuff, whatever. So targeted the people that are hurting. So that's a huge deal we've done. That's a refund program. We don't have anything that we call a rebate. This program is an exemption. So if your house is worth $250,000 from the assessor, its assessed value is $250,000, it is now $200,000. We just take $50,000 off the top. The first $50,000 is exempt. That's called an exemption. So, and there's a couple of stipulations in this bill. What if my house is only worth $100,000? Well, the bill says you only get 25%, 50,000 not to exceed 25%. Okay, and then finally it puts some other things. It's got to be owner occupied. You get one of these. So if you own 10 houses, you don't get 10 of these. And you have to live here for 5 years. I mean, part of the problem's been, you know, the real estate refugees moving here, elderly folks retiring and moving here and buying property and cutting their expenses tremendously. That's our tax system. Because we have this beautiful mineral industry that pays most of our property taxes. Flat does, and we're all blessed. And then we got this beautiful thing called the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund that now funds about 30% of our government. And that was also funded by these beautiful mineral industries. So we have got it really good. And the word is getting out to the rest of the world, and they're retiring and coming here. And that's okay. But just know that we got other issues too, and we got to somehow work on the other end. But back on this bill, our whole tax, it's good to have these because we are the House of Representatives. Real tax changes begin in this body, and it's really important. Now, are there other issues, Mr. Speaker, on this? Absolutely. We've got a refund program. We got this exemption program. We have a constitutional amendment that I think we'll get to about 9 o'clock tonight, and to add a fourth class. Are there other ideas? Sure, there are ideas brought to cap. There are ideas go to acquisition value. Those take a lot of time and a lot of thought because you got to be careful. We don't want to, we talk about that beautiful long state with a big bear flag republic on the West Coast, a beautiful state, but their tax system's totally screwed up. There's only one state's done that thing, and they just about ruined their state, so they had to raise all the rest of their taxes. So we got to be careful before we jump on those kind of bandwagons. Wyoming's got an unbelievably fair, equitable, great tax system, property tax system. The lowest residential property tax rates in the United States, except for our neighbor right to the south of us, believe it or not. Folks from Colorado have a lower assessed value rate, but they have more mills, right? There's always more to this moving property thing, and they assess their commercial much higher. But we got an incredible system, an incredible fair system, and we're all blessed to have the lowest at 0.6% property tax burden in the United States of America. Keep supporting our mineral industry, and we can keep it that way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment for this little bill to provide a nice little relief, a little exemption for folks for the next couple of years. And again, about exemptions, Mr. Speaker, this is my version of a filibuster, but I'm going to stop it here. But just know that, boy, there are certain counties where residential property tax makes up most of their taxes. They don't have any minerals. And you think about our counties out on the, going towards Nebraska. Boy, you run some kind of exemption, it kills their counties. I think this is 35% reduction in one of our counties that begins with an N up the road. And so we got to be really careful. Does it affect Campbell or, you know, Teton much? No. Converse? No. But boy, these other little ones where it's all residential taxes, we got to be really careful. That's why we have to backfill it. We have to backfill it out of our investment revenue from the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. Hey, we got it really good here. We're fighting about how to save money and give money away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vote no on the amendment, aye on the bill.
Chairman Harshman, could you come take my spot for a minute so I can talk about 10 seconds?
Mr. Speaker, before I recognize you, I just want to take a brief privilege of the floor. No. I couldn't resist. I'm teasing. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I was really hoping the chairman of Revenue would actually answer the good chair of Agriculture's question, but he really didn't. So we did, in fact, pass a refund program for counties that counties have to fund. They can refund property tax within the county, but it's out of their own dime. So we, in fact, passed out about 2 sessions ago. Somebody can help remind me, but that does exist, but the state doesn't foot that bill. The county would foot that bill for that refund program. Representative Pendergraft for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very quick question and hoping for a quick response from the bringer. Could you enlighten me a little bit about how the veterans exemption fits in with this? Thank you.
Representative Davis for your second time.
Mr. Speaker, to the bringer of the good little bill, how did we come up with $35 million? Is that based on what? What was the, I guess, the math problem to get to that value? You know, was it based on the last 10 years average, or is it the last 2 years average, or is it just something that we came up with? That I would like to find out how that came up with that number. Thank you.
Representative Larson for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in response to a question on the veterans tax, that would be up to $3,000 in addition to this $50,000 exemption, and it's, of course, backfilled by the state.
Representative Storer for your second time, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer the question on the valuation, how do we get there? It's 50,000 times 9.5% times your mill levy for each county. So that's why it varies a little bit. And then you add that all up for the whole state, and it comes up to $35 million. I'll just add one other problem I have with this bill is it actually defines primary residence as being occupied for 6 months of the year, where we changed that to 9 months out of the year in House Bill 99. I think that inconsistency is going to be really confusing for people. And in my county, it's a little bit of a joke when you ask people, oh, how much time of the year are you here? Everyone says 6 months. And there's a reason for that. So as you may recall, the county with the sharp peaks has sent about $54 million this year in property tax, additional property taxes to our school foundation program. This bill will limit that and ask for the state to make up that difference. And again, for folks that may or may not be full-time residents and don't need it. Thank you.
Representative Jennings for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll quit after this one, since I'm running out of times to speak anyway. So when we first came into session, one of our head appropriators made it very clear to us that the state was doing very well this year. I think it was kind of in excess of $1.7 billion in that neighborhood. And I look at this and I understand that from different counties, they may not, but we're backfilling $1.7 billion. And we're battling over whether or not we're going to help some of these people that have lived in their homes for years, decades, and we're quibbling over whether or not we're going to give them an exemption for $50,000 off their tax rolls. I look at that and I think these people back home that are struggling. I have a neighbor, 83 years old. She went back to work. Not full-time, a couple of days. She told me how hard that was for her. And we're quibbling over whether or not we're going to fund something at a 35 million level compared to $1.7 billion. And we may not always have that money, the good chairman pointed out, but right now we do. And those people out there are hurting. And I'm sorry, if somebody is wealthy and they don't need the money and they're not going to be appreciative of it, give it to some neighbor that is hurting. Go find them. against the amendment and for the bill.
Representative Locke for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to drag us back to, I know there's all kinds of nuance, but at the end of the day, we're talking about this small group of people who may not appreciate the money and this small group of people who don't need it. But those of you who are out knocking on doors, you know what the people told you, and many of them are hurting. And this is just a small token. We had a banner year. This is an opportunity for us to give a little bit back. Give these people, not somebody else their money, give these people some of their money back since we had a banner year. I think it's important to do. I think we all heard that when we were out there on and against the amendment, on and for this bill.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for our second time, sorry? The sponsor, go ahead. Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't take long. No filibustering here. So a couple of points. I know that one speaker said, we were talking about our counties, and he said we can't control what they do, but I mean, that's exactly what this bill does. If you take the base of every single residential property and take it away from them and their ability, that's 100% what this does. So we are controlling what our counties can do. And I was a little befuddled by the end of my good chairman's long speech, because and he said we have to be careful when we're doing exemptions, because like your rural counties that don't have the mineral base, it really affects them, and I completely agree with that. That's why, and I appreciate the good representative from the south part of the state in talking on that and understanding that these blanket exemptions are just, I would just submit to you, I don't think it's good policy. It's not nearly targeted enough. So to go on to that, $35 million a year. This is a $35 million a year spend, $70 million. And that's only if we keep it in place for 2 years. You know, you get a tax break, you get a tax break, you get a tax break. It's not targeted. It doesn't fit at all. Where we talked about the bill for the refund program, that is targeted, and that fiscal note is $5 million, not $70 million. Spending $70 million. Sometimes I scratch my head and struggle to find the logical thread with the body of laws that we pass here. Because like I say, make no mistake, this is just, okay, sure, $70 million. And then I guess finally, also on our good speaker spoke about the refund program and said, that's only if counties opt in. That's not accurate. So on that state refund program, it is a statewide program that every county can apply for and does, or I mean, anybody from any county, and that is state funded. In addition to that, there is where counties can opt in and fund it, and then that would be on top of what the state does. So indeed, the one that we have passed is a state refund program that would be available to every single one of your constituents. If they are in need and they qualify, they can get that targeted tax relief, which is, I would say, much more sound policy. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw my amendment.
All right, House Bill 98, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Alaman? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Pendergraft.
Excused.
Henn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washit. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Swanitzer Dan. Swanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers.
Aye.
Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 46 aye, 15 no, 1 excused.
House Bill 98, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of members elected to the House, House Bill 98 has passed the House. I think somebody had a Representative Lawley, do you have a privilege?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor. I'd like to introduce to you here in the, I understand is the south side, I'm learning that, is some wonderful students from the Basin, Wyoming Mennonite School here to watch us today, along with some parents and teachers.
Welcome to the House. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 108.
House Bill 108, sponsored by Representative Summers. Sale of THC vaping devices and edibles to minors, prohibited. An act relating to children, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 108. And this is a bill that deals with the sale of THC products, cannabidiols to those persons under 21. In the bill, we have penalties for those that sell to those under 21, but currently we have no penalties for those that possess these products when their age is under 21. This amendment was brought to me by our good law enforcement officers who were here earlier today, and I think it's important that they have a mechanism when they see an underage person using products that are clearly forbidden by virtue of their age, that they can then charge them with having those products. If you read through the amendment, the fines are pretty minimal, $50, and can be community service can be used to pay those fines. Also, there's the possibility of expungement from their record should they go through all the process that they need to go through to get those records expunged. So simply putting possession as part of the penalties for this particular edible and vaping products. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative. For your first time, Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, just a question with respect to the amendment and the bill too, frankly. As I read it, it looks like it prohibits the possession or sale of vaping products to minors, persons under age 21, regardless of whether the vaping product uses a THC product or not. I just want to make sure that that's true and that this amendment would then have this penalty for possessing a vaping product that's just has, say, a nicotine substance in it. Just want some clarification about exactly what the bill and what this amendment does. Thank you.
Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I have a problem with this amendment. I like the bill. You got to remember, when these kids turn 18, they're adults. They can join the military. They can sign on the dotted line and go in the military. We give them the right to vote. You know, against the amendment on the bill.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would urge a no vote on this amendment. What this does is then allows for penalties and inclusion of youth in our justice system. You know, maybe it's just going to be a fine or whatever, but oftentimes what we see is if there's a violation of probation for youth, they could then be sent off to be placed in the boys' school or girls' school. I spoke with one young person who had spent 11 months in juvenile detention because he got in trouble for vaping, and his probation officer, I believe, brought that to the court, and he was sent to the boys' school. So there's also those unintended consequences that I don't think really benefit young people. Making sure that they don't have access to it or that we're not selling to them, I think, you know, might make sense. But we're bringing the justice system to young folks who are not making maybe great choices because they're young or whatever else, and we're punishing them with a system that's pretty serious. So on and against the amendment.
Representative Larson, JT, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On and in favor of this amendment. A few years ago, I graduated from high school. And this was a huge problem.
Representative Larson, just be careful. It was just a few years for all of us. Okay.
So anyways,
Back to the amendment.
This was a huge problem in my school, at least, with THC and vaping devices. And I think that these kids need to have some sort of punishment when they use these devices. Thanks.
Okay, for your first time, Speaker Summers, sponsor of the bill.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I think to the good representative from Rock Springs, I think if you read the definition, you'll find the answer to your question. So the definition in the bill will speak to that. I'm on and against this amendment. I thought about this. I was contemplated. It was brought to me. I didn't want to do it. I basically just want to make it illegal to sell, see how that goes, but I really don't want to go. We had a lot of debate and about killed the vaping bill. Another bill should refer to another bill, but anytime you start providing penalties to youth for activities such as this, I don't think you go down necessarily a good path. I think really what you want to do is stop the sale of it. So on and against the amendment.
Okay, Representative Singh for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against this amendment, like was said previously, I don't think this warrants an interaction with the justice system for these youth. So on and against.
Chairman Washit for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I talk to our school resource officers back in my county, they talk about young people coming to school visibly and physically intoxicated on these products, clearly under the influence. And if they were coming to school under the influence of alcohol, they would be faced with a penalty. And this seems to me that when they're coming to school intoxicated under these products, we probably ought to have a penalty. The penalty here is not too severe, has the community service option for those low-income folks. So on and for the amendment.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Yin for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very resident to get up on this, and I
I said Representative Yin.
Well, now that I have the floor, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So I think with regards to that last question about students coming to school intoxicated, maybe folks who are in the education sphere, would a school district be able to provide their own punishment for those kids that are coming to school? Or would we have to make it so that the justice system has to interact with those kids first off? Because if I think if it can be handled by the school, that's probably the best place to handle it. But really, truly, the best place to handle it is getting rid of the supply overall, not punishing the kids. But I think if there needs to be a route for that, let's see if the school district can do it first.
Representative Jennings now for your first time.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I forgot what my argument was now. No, Mr. Speaker, I'm on and against the amendment and the bill. And it's only from the standpoint that the minors I get, but by the time a young person becomes 18 to 21, they're adults. We as a society have deemed them as adults. And I may not like the behavior. If you want to make the behavior illegal all the way across the board, fine. But at 18, they can die for their country. They can vote. By the time they're 21, they might be in the legislature. And yet we're going to make that decision for 18-year-olds to 21 on and against.
Representative Oakley for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment. It was just said by the previous speaker, and I think from the first speaker, but I have an issue with the difference between 21 and 18, and so of course the original bill, the bill talks about 21, so it would make sense to have the amendment, but then you're criminalizing them. So I just don't think that's what we want to do. So I don't think that's right. And then I look at and then because of that, like this amendment is in Title 14 under 18. So I just see some conflating of things there. And then the next part of the amendment immediately talks about expunging it. So that just creates a record problem to enter a conviction and then expunge it in 9 months, which to me clearly says what we don't want to do is be having convictions entered against these people. Well, then don't criminalize it. It just seems to be messy on and against the amendment.
Chairman Northrup for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So a couple of speakers ago, there was a question about what happens in school, and actually during testimony in the committee, we heard that these kids are actually falling down, passing out, and have to call an ambulance and pick them up and have them taken to the hospital to get them straightened out. So it's not like it's something you could delicately push to the side and hide. It's a real serious condition. These kids are going overboard on this stuff. It has to be taken care of one way or another on the bill.
Representative Berger for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm on and against this amendment, but I'm for the bill. And I tell you what's going on is it's kind of a fun thing to watch is the Safe to Tell. And these kids are ratting each other out. And there's good kids out there. And they keep telling on each other, especially when these when these devices themselves and what they're using in them. I really agree with getting this stuff out of their hands. I really agree with that. And we're trying to do that. Other states aren't helping us out, but they have these little vapes and they tell on each other, they rat on each other all the time, and it's great. And the Safe to Tell thing has been helping out a lot. And they're awesome. Keep using Safe to Tell, you guys. That's one thing I support. And to the good representative from Teton County, we're in the schools, our principals are, a lot of the time are so busy because of the Safe to Tell. They're taking care of this. And sometimes they don't have time to even help out Mr. Berger when he needs help in his classroom. So because they're so busy taking care of this, you know. And I really like Safe to Tell, I really like this bill. I'm just not for this amendment. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Newsom, bring us home.
Thank you for all of that good debate. To answer the age question, 21 is the age of alcohol and tobacco consumption in this state. So this is a consistent with alcohol and tobacco as far as an age restriction goes. I think then if someone is in possession of these items, then what? The schools don't have anything. There is no mechanism to tell these kids that they're not allowed to have it. And so I think I'm on and for this amendment and on and for the bill. Thank you.
Question is, shall third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 108 pass? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 108 has failed. Division being called. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 108, please stand. In favor of. That would be 12. I think that amendment has failed. House Bill 108, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft?
Excused.
Penn? Penn? Oh, excuse me. Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washit? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Swanitzer Dan? Swanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
Aye.
Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 55 aye, 5 no, 2 excused.
House Bill 108, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 108 has passed the House. Representative Larson, you got a privilege?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege, if I may.
Please.
So I know that this morning when you got up, you all seen on your calendars that today was University of Wyoming School of Pharmacy Students Legislative Day. And up here in our South Gallery, if we could ask our University of Wyoming pharmacy students to please stand. The University of Wyoming has one of the most
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we have one of the most prestigious schools of pharmacy in the good old USA, and these folks right here represent and explain why, so thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us today. Anybody else got a privilege? The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 143.
House Bill 143, sponsored by Representative Ward. Health mandates, CDC, and WHO jurisdiction in Wyoming. An act relating to public health and safety being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
We have amendments. Representative Stith. Have amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Do you need the amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 143, and members, I ask for your favorable consideration. This just replaces one word in the bill, replaces the word used with the word binding. So the idea here is that we don't want anyone outside the state telling us what to do, and this amendment accomplishes that. This says that if the World Health Organization or the Centers for Disease Control tell us to do this or tell us to not do that, nobody here in the state has to listen. And that's what this amendment would do. By contrast, the current version of the bill says that no matter what truthful thing the Centers for Disease Control might tell us, we're not allowed to use that information. And so I think the current version of the bill goes a bit too far, and I think this makes it better. Thank you. Please vote aye.
Representative Ward for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on and against this amendment. The bill has already been amended to apply only to COVID-19 and subvariants. If we change shall not be used to shall not be binding, that will result in entities continuing to use the CDC and WHO mandates to justify masks, vaccines, and testing. Again, on and against this amendment.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in committee, the situation that was brought before us from one of the testimonies was that the FAA creates requirements for our airports and airlines that go to our airports. And the situation is that the FAA sometimes has to implement CDC recommendations. And so I'm really unsure if even changing this word makes a difference, but I think what it will do is if the FAA decided to enact a CDC recommendation, I think someone will sue no matter what. So this might be just a change that helps lawyers. I think essentially, I'm unsure. I'm unsure that the change still makes a difference in that situation. So maybe the good lawyer can help me who brought the amendment, but otherwise probably still just no on the bill.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor of the amendment? Representative Ward, do you want another bite at the apple before I bring the sponsor of the amendment? Representative Stith, please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the question of how this might apply to airports, certainly nothing state law is going to do is going to contravene a federal regulation. I think the intent of the bill as drafted is directed towards state agencies and state actors, I believe, here in the state. So this just says we don't want people from outside the state telling us what to do, and I think that makes the bill better. Please vote aye.
All those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 143 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 143 is passed. Division having been called, all those in favor, please rise. All those opposed, please stand. Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 143 passes 31 to 27. House Bill 143, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellement? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown?
Excused.
Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Prego? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft?
Excused.
Henn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Swanitzer Dan? Swanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
No.
Are there any changes? Brown, excused 2. No? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 29 aye, 32 no, 1 excused.
House Bill 143, having failed to receive the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 143 has failed to pass the House. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 152.
House Bill 152, sponsored by Representative Rodriguez Williams. Life is a Human Right Act, an act relating to abortion, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 152 and ask for your favorable consideration. Basically, what this simple little amendment does is take out 4 carefully selected findings out of the bill. You can see them in the amendment, but they are basically Romanet 1, Romanet 4, Romanet 6, and Romanet 9. And if you will remember back when we talked about this bill in the Committee of the Whole, I urged this body to move this bill forward out of the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of addressing a few concerns. And this amendment is trying to do that. The amendment addresses my concerns that I raised and a few that came up during the discussion. And I believe that taking these findings out makes this bill stronger and less, really just stronger. These are findings that I believe are a distraction. They're kind of counterproductive, and I do believe in the purpose of the bill strongly, and I want to see it succeed. So That's what I've done here, and it's an attempt to carefully use a scalpel to address these concerns, not a sledgehammer. It's my understanding that the lawyers who drafted this legislation have agreed that removing these specific findings will not harm the bill. And so I ask for your aye vote on the amendment, and I stand for questions.
Representative Rodriguez Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and opposed to the amendment. First of all, the findings were designed to answer every question that's been raised. From the trigger bill that's pending litigation. I won't go into detail about each and every finding that's within the bill. However, let me reiterate, the findings are helpful to the courts. Almost every congressional act has findings. The Supreme Court, the highest court of our state, has said that in 3 cases that the findings are helpful in interpreting the statutes of other states. And we talked about that yesterday, on and opposed.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor, Representative Alali?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Findings can be helpful, but findings can also be hurtful. They need to be used carefully, and I believe what I've done here is to take out some that raise concerns that don't need to be put before the court. And again, I believe that they don't really go to specific questions asked. I think they go a little beyond that, but I want to talk also for a moment about the idea of when findings are important for a court. Until a court determines that something in a legislative act is ambiguous in its 4 corners of the document, they do not consider legislative intent. It's just not something they do. So again, findings have limited value, but they do have value. And I've carefully carved out 4 specific findings. And it is my understanding that the lawyers who drafted this agree that they do not really affect what they're trying to accomplish in this bill. So I urge your aye vote on this amendment number 1.
All those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 152 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 152 is passed. Division having been called, all those in favor, please rise. All those opposed, please rise. All right, thank you. Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 152 has failed, 24 to 36. The next amendment, Representative Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 152 and ask the body for its favorable consideration. So members, what this particular amendment does is create a trigger for this bill. Essentially what it says, and then I'll explain why I'm doing it. What it says is if the trigger ban that we passed last year, which was House Bill 92, is found to be unconstitutional, then this law will take effect 5 days thereafter. The reason I'm bringing this is you've all heard me last couple days explain why I believe this particular law that we're debating today is unconstitutional, and so I won't bore you with all the details again. But because I firmly believe in the law that we passed last year, and I'm hopeful, and I think it will pass constitutional muster, I want And I don't think this particular vehicle that we're debating today will. This gives us the opportunity to stick with what we did last year, stand behind what I believe is the constitutional vehicle to get this job done. If it's found unconstitutional, then this bill would become law within 5 days. And I think it's kind of a compromise in between the two positions that are being put forth on this floor. And so I would stand for any questions and ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Eklund for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, I guess a question I would have, so the other bill, the trigger bill, is in court right now. Then if the present bill passes as it is without your amendment, then we may start all over again with the court system. Am I correct on that? I think this is a good option. I hate the idea of delaying it any longer than we have to, because we're gonna, no matter what we do, we're gonna be facing the courts. They're gonna challenge us on whichever law we pass, but this is probably a good option to keep what I thought was good work last year too. I kind of think this is, I couldn't figure out how we could do it. How do we take the repealers out of the present bill on the trigger law, but this might be the option we're looking for. And I thank the bringer for figuring that out.
Representative Washut, Chairman Washut for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the rationale on the circumstance where last year's House Bill 92 ultimately prevails in the court. But if it fails, and if there's a ruling, at least one of two possible adverse rulings with House Bill 92, does having this bill then go into effect serve a purpose?
Representative Harrelson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I want to kind of push back a little bit on this rationale. We had a situation that took place in the state a while back where there was an animal taken out of season on public land by one of the members of the tribe, and we saw some legislation earlier that addressed this in regards to a court case that we're hearing, and we passed that through. We moved that legislation forward. There was no trigger in that, even though it is waiting upon a court case. And so I believe that it's the policy here needs to be addressed, that if that's how we've done it, why wouldn't we do that on all accounts? And I think that that wasn't even a conversation that we had as we talked about that bill. But now that we're standing here saying, well, we've got a court case in question and we need to put a trigger to make sure that that doesn't take place, I just don't think that's the answer. I don't believe that that is the answer. So this here is helping establish and build a foundational basis in our codified law that will help to solidify this into the future, that will protect life. And I think that the moment we do this, we're watering down or muddying the water. And this is our, as we come back and we fix some of these flaws that we may have had in that original swing, we're now taking and as the judicial branch has told us, sorry, the branch that takes care of that side of things, it's told us, you know, we got some problems and we need to address them. This is addressing them. And if this trigger goes into effect, we lose that ability to address them. And so this is in essence going to eliminate what this bill was originally intended to do, and takes and waters it down and eliminates its usefulness. So I don't see this as the solution. I understand why it was brought, but I don't see it as the solution. And if this is such a great idea, why aren't we doing it across the board on a number of other, or in this other case where we brought legislation to address something that is currently sitting in a court case? So I don't think it's congruent with what we've done in the past, and I think that this is not the answer moving forward.
So let's try to stick to this bill going forward. Representative Larson for your first time.
So
this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, if I may, because I think there's confusion on the bill that was being referenced last time that might be inaccurate in its, do I have your permission to clarify that?
I just don't want to debate that bill.
I don't want to debate it
Okay.
either. I just.
Proceed.
So thank you. I just think that we need to clarify that that wasn't a trigger bill. The highest land in the nation had ruled on it. The only thing that's pending in district court is a definition of some state things. That bill was just to give the executive or governor the ability to negotiate with tribes to comply with their treaty rights. So it was not a trigger bill.
Representative Wiley for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, it's kind of my opinion that it doesn't hurt to have more than one horse in a race. And furthermore, you know, if we have to, we'll draft more legislation in another session, in another year. We're going to defend, you know, the right to life. I was kind of surprised. I thought there was going to be, you know, another amendment come out of this body that was similar. So I'm on and for. Thank you.
Representative Rodriguez Williams for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
Representative Lawley for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to address the good representative from House District 4 concerning the idea that if we use the trigger mechanism, that we will not be accomplishing one of the purposes of the bill about stating our intent and clarifying what our position is. I would suggest with the trigger bill on it, it still speaks for the legislature. Even though it's not triggered yet, it speaks to these issues that are found in the findings. So I really believe that the trigger doesn't affect that. In fact, that's really kind of been what's been the primary motivation, or at least explanation, about the bill. And I think with the trigger on there, that doesn't change. We still have spoken, and to the extent that the court seems to want to hear from us, they can do it, even with the trigger in there. Thank you.
Representative Majority Floor Leader Nyman for your first time.
First for a second, sir.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time? Representative Ward for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for second.
Representative Zwanitzer.
First for a second.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think that the fact that we were having yet another trigger discussion based on a bill that also had a trigger in it means that the precedence of putting triggers in bills probably should never have been broken in the first place. And now I worry that we're just going to trigger everything based on unconstitutionality. So we get what we ask for, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Henderson for your first time.
First for a second, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Storer for your first time.
First for a second, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Representative Stivar.
First for a second.
All right. Anybody else? Representative Knapp.
Mr. Speaker, first for a second.
Thank you. All right, Representative O'Hearn.
I'm envious of all these other people, so I'm going to be first for a second.
All right. Have we got that out of our system? I think we do. All right, anybody else for their second time? Representative Eklund.
Oops, Mr. Speaker. I will use my second. So I have defended that trigger bill, and it's part of what we're discussing here. Not all of my constituency is pro-life, so I have to defend my votes, and I defended that thing, and it was well done, and we didn't have too much of an argument over whether it was constitutional or not. And it was straightforward, and it was something I could explain. I'm not sure I can explain this one. There's a lot in here, constitutional or otherwise, that that I don't understand. But I do think that if you pass something that you believe is good legislation, maybe you need to stick with those things. And this amendment will help us to stick with what we thought was good policy. And I can go back to my people, I can defend what I do, whether they like the idea that I'm pro-life or not, I can defend it with those people that aren't, as well as the people that are. So I think this amendment in here, I can vote for this thing. But if I vote for this thing the way it is, then it takes away the bill that we did last year. And I'm not in favor of that. It puts us behind. More babies die in abortion as we wait to see things progress. So I think that this is a pretty good amendment. And I would encourage the body to support it.
Anybody else for their second time? Anybody for their second time? Representative Nyman, are you edging towards the mic, or Representative Nyman? I called on you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quite honestly, in the mix of all trying to sort through all of this, this was actually my initial idea. I had discussed this with several other folks in regards to how we're going to try to figure this out and try to come to a term where everybody could be satisfied with this, and was trying to figure out how to manage this and not take away anything from what's currently in the court system due to delay and appeal and going through and looking and finding more information. But when I had further consultation with our attorneys, this is what they said. They said that this is the bill that answers the questions that are desperately needed. And I understand that there's constitutional issues, and I don't know if lawyers ever disagree, but I mean, you know, I find that they do. The lawyers have differing opinions on how things are going to work and what works and what won't. And so as I had these consultations with my folks that have been helping draft this legislation, they said, Chip, you said, you got to get this through because there are so many unanswered variables in the trigger bill. They said, that's just a fact. They said that right now you've got multiple things that can be contested in this, and what happens if they come back and they find that in this somehow, by not having the wording that we have in this bill, disallows or finds that it is health care to provide an abortion? What if they do that? He said, you got nothing. And he said, you got an even larger mountain to climb. So the advice that I received from them was that don't do a trigger. I mean, I thought that would be a great idea. I thought that would answer our question. I thought it would relieve all of our concerns. It would give us a back door, an option that if one fails, we've got a second horse in the race. And over and over and over again, these folks that do this constantly and have battled and battled and battled these issues, I don't think they're blowing smoke, folks. I don't think they're just out there just trying to figure out a way to have this thing fail. They're saying that it is imperative that we pass this legislation because it's stronger. And it was also relayed to me that the numbers I was given is about 90, potentially if it takes 2 years to do this, we're still looking at 98 aborted kids in Wyoming per year. And the gentleman told me, he said, you're looking at another 200 children, potentially. Because it will be attacked. I don't believe for a minute that this is not going to be attacked. If the first one was clear and clean and not a problem, it wouldn't have been attacked. It was immediately. But because of some of the vagueness that is in the first bill that is currently being considered, those questions were answered, we believe, in this legislation. So I tell you that because that's what it's been relayed to me. This is not trying to muddy the waters, if anything, folks. The attorneys are telling us that this is the better, stronger chance of actually having something that will stand. And absolutely, I don't know of a piece of legislation around here that we've passed that could not be stripped or taken out or whatever. And to one other point, as far as one of the good representatives was talking about a different case, and it was being kind of understood as being a trigger, that wasn't. That was an example, potentially, of an intervention by the legislative or an executive branch into a current case. An effort by a branch, a co-equal branch, to make an effort to intervene in a situation. That's what that was. Now, we can debate that. That's not for this time or whatever we can. But that was an example of that. It was not a trigger. It was an attempt to explain another opportunity, but potentially was an intervention attempt that is ongoing. And so, on and against this amendment, everything I'm being told, and it's not for lack of effort and trying to dig to the very bottom of what's best for Wyoming, I am trying to figure out what we can do and getting as much advice as I can to see if we can protect babies. And they believe that this is their strongest case. And if this body sees fit, I believe that it will carry the day. On and against.
Chairman Zwanitzer for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure what all the lawyers out there are saying, but I do know that 4 of the 6 people with law degrees in this body are all on this amendment. I'm not sure what the other 2, I guess you can only have 4 co-sponsored amendment. I think our good lawyers in this body brought legitimate concerns. So when we talk about that there are more unanswered variables right now and this bill solves them, I just don't agree, right? I think this bill going forward, and I'm trying to stay on the amendment, Mr. Speaker, has a plethora of constitutional issues and each one can be taken separately, right? We had the First Amendment that went down that says the legislative branch is co-equal to the judicial branch in interpreting the Constitution. You file a lawsuit against that, takes 9 months or a year. You get through that one. We're going to go to the legislators have standing in the Supreme Court to defend our bills. That could be another 9 months. It kind of shocks me that we think we're clearing the waters with this bill proposed when all this amendment that is asking us is to, I think I keep hearing it, I'm not sure why we're not agreeing on it, that we have a horse much further in the race that we all, I think, believe in, or the majority of this body certainly believed in last year, and I can't imagine why the new members, from what I understand, wouldn't believe in that. And now it's much further ahead. If they find that one constitutional, they're definitely going to find this unconstitutional, in my opinion. So I don't think we're solving anything with this bill, but this trigger on a trigger, I think makes a lot of sense. We're saying the horse way out in front, that even though it might be limping a little bit, it's still so far out in front, it's going to make it. We don't need to, shoot it while it's running down the path and start from the front gate, right? So I just think this amendment helps the bill, puts it in second position, keeps what we did last year going. It's already moving. I guess it's got another 9 months now, but I think that will be decided before putting another thing at the finish or the starting line. And I don't want to be back here every year talking about the same trigger on a trigger on a trigger next year. So let's just pass the amendment now, get the bill out of the House and move on.
Anybody else for their second time? Representative Henderson for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on the amendment, and I just want to take a moment, members, to talk about a constituent or constituents. That's what we're here for, is to represent people. And so I think it's worth considering or remembering as we make this important decision that there are people in different circumstances. And I've stood up here multiple times talking about the rights of people, the unborn, women, the mother. And I believe in protecting life. And part of that is considering the impacts of our decisions on the lives of the people who have various means available to take care of themselves and their families. Not everybody has the same amount of economic capacity. So for those who have means, the constituents represented that, they're going to still go where they want, when they want, And for those that don't, and we've debated some very important bills related to those that don't have the economic capacity, they're going to need the assistance. I am against, I'll be upfront, I am against victimizing the victim. And everywhere I look in this bill, I see issues. I still see some issues with the other one, but I agree with the previous speaker that you're kind of resetting the clock if you pull your first horse back. And so at times, even though we want to rush forward, I think we rush to judgment sometimes at our own peril. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to keep in mind the representation responsibility I have for our constituents and what impact this may have on them and their lives and their families. Thank you.
Representative Lawley for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, on and for the amendment because I am on and for life. And what I want to say quite simply is what I think this trigger bill does is the trigger allows us to speak to some of these issues that have been raised by the lawyers in the ongoing litigation, yet protect us from interrupting that litigation. It is the best of both worlds right now. This is what I did was litigation and sometimes complex litigation. And I am not sure that people fully appreciate what we could be doing to this issue and then later may really regret it. But I believe this is a real fear and harm that not having the trigger bill in, but then speaking to the issue could interrupt the progress we've made. And I know we all feel it's been slow. We all wish it had gone faster. But this, I don't believe is going to help. So I think the trigger does something really important because the court can take judicial notice of all these findings. The trigger bill does not stop them from doing that. So it does accomplish initially that purpose of speaking into some of these issues, but it saves us from the risk, and I say the very real risk of stopping the progress of the litigation we're already in. So on and for.
Anybody else for their second time? Representative O'Hearn for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With this amendment, we're doubling our chances of saving more unborn children. On and for the amendment.
Anybody else for their second time? Representative Rodriguez Williams for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against this amendment. This amendment is unfriendly to the pro-life movement and detrimental to this bill. I appreciate the case that was brought up by the good pastor where the land is wheat. That brought up the case that we dealt with, the bill that we dealt with. And I call out the hypocrisy in that because that was pending litigation as well. And there was no trigger amendment that was brought to that. So why aren't we being consistent? House Bill 152 is clear. It's constitutional. It clears up the question that the pro-abortion side has brought up with the previous trigger bill. With all due respect, I have the utmost respect for my colleagues that work as attorneys and referred to as good country lawyers. However, I will reiterate that this bill, unamended, has the support of national and state pro-life attorneys that have litigated life cases at the highest court in this land. Furthermore, this bill, unamended, has the support of many pro-life advocacy groups within this state and within our hometowns. First, on point with the amendment, we don't believe that House Bill 152 will be subject to preliminary injunction. This means abortions will be stopped immediately during the pendency of the litigation. This will save hundreds of lives. Second, the trigger amendment effect is uncertain. We don't yet know how the lower court will rule in the pending litigation. Therefore, we don't know what effect of a contrary decision by the highest court of the state would be. In other words, we don't know whether the highest court of the state would be invalidating the original trigger law or upholding the original trigger law. And of course, we don't know what the court's reasoning might be. Third, on point of this amendment, it eliminates the whole purpose of the bill. It assures that we'll have abortions continued in Wyoming for the next 2 years while the highest court of this state gets to the matter. We won't even have a trial until December of 2023. All this time, the preliminary injunction allowing abortions to take place will continue. There's a lot of joking that goes on in this body, in this chamber, about bills dying as we debate issues. And we've debated a lot on this bill, and I appreciate the debate. However, babies are dying too. According to the department that oversees our health in this state, in 2021, their induced termination of pregnancy report reported that there were 98 abortions in this state. Yet yesterday, there were some folks that were saying 4. Mind you, this is reported abortions. There's no enforcement of the reporting within the state. What this means in plain terms is that if this amendment passes, abortionists will continue to do an average of 98 abortions a year in our great state. That means we'll have, as the good majority floor leader stated, at least another 200 babies killed while the law is not as clear. With a 16-to-1 teacher-to-student ratio in our classrooms in the state, that is 6 kindergarten classrooms with empty seats. Ladies and gentlemen, in my world, when lives are at stake, there's 2 kinds of leaders. There's those that run towards the threat and extinguish the threat, engage the threat, and there's those that run away and let others handle it. This bill runs towards the threat and saves the lives of babies on and against the amendment.
Anybody else for their second time? Representative Ward for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this amendment is important enough to justify recording the ayes and the noes. Therefore, in accordance with Rule 12-4, I ask for the ayes and noes.
It's been seconded by Jennings. Representative Jennings, you seconded. All right. Representative Craigo, please, anybody else for their second time before we go to the sponsor of the amendment? Representative Craigo for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I appreciate that the sponsors on this bill have consulted their attorneys over and over and over again. But if those lawyers have told the sponsors that the passage of this bill will not result in an immediate injunction, you need a new lawyer. I've consulted my lawyers. They're all on this amendment. And they feel the same way that I do about this particular problem. And if you're listening to the pro-abortion lawyers on the other side of the lawsuit, you're also misguided there. Just because they raise an argument in a lawsuit doesn't mean it's valid. You need to wait and hear what the Supreme Court has to say. They will tell you what you need to know. They will tell you the holes if there are any. The lawyers don't get to make that decision. At the end of the day, the judges get to make that decision. And that's what this amendment allows to happen. I heard the previous speaker talk about it's unfriendly. This amendment's unfriendly to the pro-life movement. I'll tell you what's unfriendly to the pro-life movement. Prolonging the litigation longer than we have to. Waiting and waiting, just waiting for another answer that's years down the road. That's unfriendly to the pro-life movement. To the good chairman of AG, You're exactly right. If this bill passes without this amendment, we start all over. And in fact, we can't even start over until July because that's the effective date. So we're a ways out, then we start over on July. We will have a new lawsuit filed, and it will be months, years down the road before we have a trial setting. For those of you who don't sit on the Judiciary Committee, we have a backlog of our cases in our district courts. It takes time to get to these, and anybody who practices there knows that. These things don't happen overnight. We're not just going to jump to the beginning of the trial schedule. To the good chairman of Judiciary, you asked what is the purpose if the trigger bill is found unconstitutional? And this is why I say this is a compromise. We've heard that this bill will solve all the problems that are found in the trigger bill. They're found in House Bill 92. We've been told that over and over and over again over the last couple weeks. So if I'm wrong and House Bill 92 isn't constitutional, then this will jump in there and fix all those problems. That's what it'll do. That's what this amendment allows to happen. That's why I thought it was a good idea, and I had actually talked to the good majority floor leader when he brought it up. I said, that's a good solution. It gets all of us where we want to go. It gets us to the answer about pro-life as soon as possible. That's where I want to go. I want to save as many lives as I can, and I feel like the prolonging of getting to that answer does the opposite. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for an aye vote on my amendment. Thank you.
The question being whether third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 152 should pass. All those in favor? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemande? No. Allred? Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
Aye.
Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 34 aye, 28 no.
Third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 152 has been adopted. Representative Henderson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Body, I'm going to save some time, and I respectfully withdraw third reading number 2 to House Bill 152.
Third reading amendment number 3.
Third reading number 3.
Third reading amendment number 3 has been withdrawn. We're now on third reading amendment number 4. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, out of respect for the body, I respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 152.
Third reading amendment number 4 has been withdrawn. The next amendment, third reading amendment number 5, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 5 to House Bill 152. Members, this amendment is conforming language for the bill. This bill has been brought in an effort to acknowledge that all members of the human race are created equal and are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, the foremost of which is a right to life. So nowhere in this bill do we say this right can be revoked, not at birth, not at your 21st birthday party, and not when you're 108. And so what this amendment does is further conforms our statutes, as we see on page 1 in the title of the bill. We're looking at line 3. This is specifying criminal and regulatory penalties and civil remedies. It's providing a right of, or making conforming amendments, renumbering current provisions.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
What's your point?
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that this amendment is germane to the bill. I call a Rules Committee.
Rules Committee to the front. The House will come to order. So the discussion revolved around whether this amendment was within the title of the bill. And on a kind of a split vote in the Rules Committee, 7-6, that it was not. I agree with the majority that this is not within the title of the bill. And so Representative Provenza, you have two options. You can withdraw the amendment, or you can ask the body to overrule me.
So, Mr. Chairman, may I object as someone who didn't bring the amendment to the ruling of the chair?
Okay, what pursuant to what rule?
I believe it is in Masons. I have to get my Masons, but I'm pretty sure that any member may object to a ruling of the chair.
Okay, I'll accept that. All right, so so basically what this is if you support Representative Provenza's position, that this amendment fits within the title, then you will vote, let's see, well, let me back up. So my ruling was this is not germane. So if you vote aye, the motion is to overrule the chair. So my ruling is that this is not germane. If you vote aye and it carries, then you're voting to overrule that and it will be heard as being germane. So all those in favor of I do not know whether the motion's debatable. Yeah, I don't think it is debatable. That was a different motion. All right. I'm going to rule that it is debatable, so we'll use obviously second reading, third reading, debatable, and so an aye vote when we get to that, and an aye vote would be that Representative Provenza would be able to bring her amendment. A no vote, she would not be able to. And so Representative Yin, debate the motion, or debate the ruling.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you. My tablet decided to reset, so I don't have the bill in front of me. That's unfortunate. Members, so I do believe that this is actually germane to the bill, because if you look, I mean, besides the title of the bill, in the long title, we're talking about creating the Life as a Human Right Act. I think that alone makes it germane to talk about whether the amendment fits within that title. But even if we just say that alone is not enough, I think when we're talking about repealing and removing obsolete or conflicting provisions, then we bring in the text of the bill on whether a repealing of an obsolete or a conflicting provision matters. So then when we talk about whether the amendment is germane to that title, saying it's a conflicting provision, then we can go into the bill and talk about things like the findings, where we talk about the life of every human being begins at conception, doesn't talk about whether it ends or whether the state really has a right to end that. And so I think that there is room within that title, which brings in the text of the bill for consideration to decide that this amendment is germane. So I would ask you to vote yes on the appeal so we can debate the amendment. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on it? I've already ruled. I'm done. Provenza, for your Representative Provenza for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So under Section 402 of Masons, there's, I believe, 6 different checks for if something is germane or not. So it must be germane to the subject of the proposal, which I would argue is that, I mean, the bill's title is Life is a Human Right Act. So we are trying to protect the rights of people, and we have defined people as starting at conception in this bill, and we have not put an end date to when you lose that right. So I would argue that we are from life, or from conception under this bill to the grave, this would fit under it. Additionally, when we look at the title, so we're talking about specifying criminal and regulatory penalties on line 3, this is referring to criminal statutes. And so we're imposing a felony in the bill along with imprisonment. So I don't understand, it would go with the notion that we're amending our punishment statutes. And furthermore, we're going to repealing and removing obsolete or conflicting provisions. If the state has decided under this bill that we are going to protect life starting at conception, then how can we deal with this conflicting provision that we can turn around and the state can take your life? So I would argue that this fits under that repealing and removing obsolete. And the title of the amendment, I believe, I don't have it. Title of the amendment, page 1, line 6, conforming the penalty for first-degree murder. Not adding, not repealing, just we're conforming. This is a conforming amendment. I'll stop there, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and opposed to the motion, I'd like to make a couple of points. First of all, as we're parsing things, and the good bringer of the amendment is, I believe, parsing this word life, I think we should differentiate between innocent life and that which is not innocent life. And clearly this bill is addressing innocent life, and it can be read throughout the bill. That is the purpose of the bill, to protect innocent life. Secondly, I would just mention that during the discussion over the germaneness, the good prosecutor from District 55 made a most excellent point in that this is a completely different issue when we're talking about guilty life. And we have not debated this. We have not had an opportunity for public input. And I think it's a subject matter that deserves public input before this body should make a decision upon that policy for the state. So
We're
I would
not,
urge a,
we're not talking about the policy, we're talking about whether it's germane to the title or not.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge a no vote on the motion.
Representative Chairman Olson for your first time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sit on the Rules Committee, and oftentimes we will have some close calls, I think, on that Rules Committee. And even though the vote itself was a close call, I don't think the decision on whether this is germane or not is close. So I'm on in support of the appeal on the decision of the chair. You know, this bill is really very, it's the definition of a single subject, and its single subject is not abortion. Its single subject is life. The catch title is life is a human right. The second sentence in the enabling clause of this bill is creating the Life is a Human Right Act. So it doesn't say that it creates the life, that the innocent life is a human right act. It doesn't say certain life. It doesn't say some life. It says life. And so I think that the debate of whether life is a human right or not is exactly what this bill, the subject of this bill. It makes findings that all members of the human race are created equal and are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, the foremost of which is the right to life. The subject matter of whether a death penalty should be legal in a state or repealed is literally the conversation of a right to life. So whether you agree with the death penalty, whether you disagree with the death penalty, I don't think that matters. What matters is whether this bill is about life. And if it's about life, then the amendment is germane.
Chairman Washut for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the issues that the Rules Committee looks at when we wrestle with these questions about germaneness is whether or not the amendment brings up statutory language in the same chapter as does the bill. And so this death penalty question comes under Title VI in our statutes, and Title VI is not in this bill. And for that reason alone, as well as many others, I would ask you to please support the ruling of the chair.
Representative Oakley for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also ask for a no vote of overruling the chair. So we talk about germaneness, and the reality is just a basic understanding of what that word means, its relevance. And I mean, as we all know, we're looking at a 19-page bill that's about abortion, that talks about, defines, you know, babies, all this stuff. We all know that not anything in here is about capital punishment. And I've dealt with this sort of amendment before. And on top of that, the reality is you can vote no and agree with the chair for whatever reason that, whatever reason that you want. And we do have in our Constitution, Article 3, Section 24, bill to contain only one subject, which shall be expressed in the title. No bill shall be passed containing more than one subject, which shall be clearly expressed. And again, there isn't anybody in this body that's confused, that thinks that what this bill had, at all addresses capital punishment. It does not. And the reality is, I believe, under our Constitution then, that we have a duty to our constituents and to people that when we're going to put something, this is third reading, to pass it, for us to say, yes, we want to pass this into law. you better be talking about it in committee, hearing from your community, and it better be the point of the bill. This clearly is not vote no to stick with our chair's ruling.
Representative Jennings for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to agree and echo the good country lawyer that just spoke there. And I would point you to page 1. The broader part of this is an act relating to abortion. We're defining life pertaining to abortion. It's not pertaining to penalties or anything of that nature. So vote no and support the ruling of the chair.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Ward for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a rare day that I agree with the good representative from House District 55, but I strongly agree with her, and I urge a no vote.
Anybody else for their first time? Second time before the bringer, Representative Yin, he'll be the last word if you don't want a word on this. So Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the point of innocent life, you know, in the bill, we talk about unalienable rights. We talk about that this act promotes and furthers Article 1, Section 3 of the Constitution, which guarantees that citizens shall be without distinction of race, color, sex, or any circumstances or conditions whatsoever. And additionally, I would argue, not everybody who has been executed by the government has been guilty. We have had 190 people taken off of death row who have been exonerated because they are not guilty, and we know that factually. So I would argue that, and then furthermore, when we go back to Masons, when we're talking about germaneness, number 3.
What's your point?
Mr. Speaker, are we debating the cause here, or are we debating the ruling of the chair?
I think she's on the ruling on the germaneness. Please proceed, Representative Provenza.
So number 3, to be germane, the amendment is required only to relate to the same subject. It may entirely change the effect or be in conflict with the spirit of the motion or proposal. Number 4, an entirely new proposal may be substituted by amendment as long as it is germane to the main purpose of the original proposal, that being life.
Representative Yin, wrap it up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I want to point to one specific thing. So the good representative from Sheridan helped me make sure that I hit this. He said that there isn't anything in here about criminal penalties. It's actually right in the title. It says on line 3, specifying criminal and regulatory penalties and civil remedies. So the good representative from Sweetwater County actually brought this up on Committee of the Whole, where we were talking about whether this could actually create a first-degree murder charge for a woman who has an abortion. And so that in itself, I think, makes it relevant to decide whether the death penalty is an appropriate circumstance here. And members, again, this doesn't have to be a vote on whether the policy is good or not. This is whether the rules of this body that are covered by the rules of this body say that this amendment is germane to debate at all. So again, even if you accept the appeal where I'm appealing the chair, it doesn't mean you accept that the amendment is good policy. There'll be a separate vote on that after we debate it. All this appeal asks you to do is determine whether the amendment is germane. And, you know, I've pointed out a couple of things where I think it does fit in that title, so I would ask you to appeal the ruling of the chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor of overruling the chair on the fact that third reading amendment number 5 to House Bill 152 is not germane. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The objection has been, I guess, I got to get this right because it's late in the day. But anyway, the objection to my ruling has failed. And now Representative Provenza, I would ask that you withdraw your amendment.
I respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 5 to House Bill 152.
Thank you. House Bill 152, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellerman? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
No.
Are there any changes? Brown, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 46 aye, 16 no.
House Bill 152, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 152 has passed the House. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 164.
164 or 154?
Well, I don't have a 154 on my list, but I see a 154 amendment, so. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 154.
House Bill 154 is sponsored by Representative Banks. Permanent vehicle registration, an act relating to motor vehicles being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 154, and I'll withdraw it at the appropriate time. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not bringing this to try to kill the bill. I am simply providing you information, and that's all I want to do. I want to make sure that you have an informed opportunity on this. I've been working with the association that represents your counties, as well as a couple others, to try to get some hard factual data of what this will look like if we were to put this into action. So give you a couple of counties. I couldn't get all 23 counties, but I can give you a couple of them just for comparisons here so you can understand what this will ultimately look like. Can you hand me my phone real quick? So here in the largest county, we have about 20, well, let's call it 25,800 of these vehicles that would qualify for this titling. So 25,800 vehicles, and roughly, if we were to say, we would have the bump with this, right? You get the bump with that 5-year permanent registration deal. But after year 6, once this happens, this county would start losing about $3.5 million a year. That's this county. And that's if they were to take it all. So I also don't want to go to the point saying everybody would take advantage of it. So it's the potential, okay? I want to use one of the smallest counties, that one that's just to the north of here and tends to be the least populated and one of the least funded in the state. That information was given to me, and the county fee on that would be, there's about 5,400 of these vehicles that qualify in that area, and that's Niobrara, I can say it. So it's Niobrara County. There's about 5,000 of those vehicles, and right now they make about $800,000 a year off of their license plates. With the 5,000 of them, let's just say if they were to take 66% of them, let's say 2/3, the numbers that were given to me, that's an equaling of about $252,000, let's call it $253,000 out of their $700,000 budget for this particular that would be wiped out. So, and then the last one that I have for you is Sublette County, where our good speaker resides. And I don't have the exact numbers on there, but I can give you how many vehicles in total this would qualify now and what the rough estimate there is there. So at 20 years, we would have 22,189 of these vehicles available. I'm sorry, that is not wrong. It's 6,300 of these vehicles would be there. And at that point, you have just over 3/4 of those vehicles range at about $30,000. And so this would be a pretty substantial hit to them. My only concern on this bill, I think the intent on the bill was good, and that's why the committee voted to bring it forward. It's a good idea, and I just wanted to make sure that the body is aware of what this will ultimately look like. I also wanted to make sure that everybody understands how these, how the information, how the money is ultimately sent out, because this is a property tax for everybody. And one of the things that I think is important to know is how this property tax gets distributed out. So schools get 73%. When you pay this county fee, 73% of that goes to your schools. Your county government then receives the next largest sum, and that's about 17.25%. Your special districts that depend on this money receive about 8%, and then your municipalities receive about 2%. So in this county, if you have that $3.5 million, 72% of that's a pretty good chunk of money that gets taken out of the schools. And what that ultimately does is that takes it out of the county portion, but the state has to backfill that, right? So it's a savings, but it's not a savings, because the county's ultimately going to be made whole when it goes to the school foundation program for their funding. So my only concern is it seems like a really good idea, and I think it's a novel idea to try to fix some of the issues that we have with our licensing. But I am concerned of what this does. If we start going down this road, we do something now, the ultimate outcome in 6, 7, 8 years, I have just a very, very serious suspicion that the association that represents our towns and our counties are probably going to be coming back to us telling us that we've yanked too much money away from them. And they're going to be asking us to either yank this exemption away, which is not going to happen, or we're going to be writing them a check from the state. So we're going to end up spending it one way or another. I think that I would welcome the opportunity to work with the sponsor on this and see if there's a way that we can do this some other way. In the interim, see what we can do with that as well. But I see a couple of people up there. I'm not here to answer any questions other than the numbers that I have. If somebody wants to debate the bill, we can do that as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have some questions about the numbers that were just brought. It's my understanding that this bill is now restricted to vehicles that are 20 years old and older. Personally, I've only had a couple of those, but usually I had to replace them pretty quick. You have to pay 5 years worth up front to get this tag. So that means the value of that vehicle at 25 years old, I don't know about you all, but I think there's very few of those vehicles that don't get replaced. So my question to the bringer of the amendment is, has that been calculated in? And the second question about the numbers is that 5-year fee that you're paying up front to get this tag, was that accounted for in the losses that you were describing for the counties? Thank you.
Representative Hornock for your first time.
First for second, so I can hear that answer. Thanks.
Representative Banks for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the committee brought the amendment to restrict it down from 11 years to 20 years to address this particular concern. And so I think we adjusted for that. We also heard in that committee testimony from associations representing our counties. None of these concerns were brought up. They brought up efficiency and relief, both of which this bill intends to provide. Is it going to cost some money? Yeah. Is it going to save people money? Yes. And that is the goal here, is that we have that. This is an option. This isn't forcing. This isn't saying everybody in the county is going to take advantage of these. It's an option provided for people. And the turnover, every year, there's a new batch that qualifies. This bill is intended to bring relief to our people, and where these concerns should have came up in committee, they did not. So I would ask you to support this bill and vote no on the amendment.
Representative Eklund for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, so I could set an example on this, and I'm pretty sure we don't know what this bill will do. I can't say that it would affect anything at all. In fact, it could bring money into the coffers. We've got, I don't know, 20 or 30 of these that I think would qualify for this permanent registration deal, but I'd have to pay 5 years on every one of them. And many of these vehicles, finally, you just run out of places you can buy parts for them, run out of the heart you need to fix them again. There are things that I don't think we know about it. I think we should have probably put a sunset date in, so probably in 5 or 10 years to see what effect it does have, and then it sunsets if it does do a lot of harm to the counties. But I could see that it could bring money into it. The advantage you might have to passing the bill would be that an outfit like ours that has a lot of old vehicles could go ahead and pay 5 years worth to kind of balance out what our expenses are going to be over a period of time, and we wouldn't have to pay registrations from there on out with those vehicles. That would be the advantage back to the people, but I don't know if it'll save them money or not. It might cost us money to do it that way. There's no way of knowing until finally you retire the vehicle.
I just want to remind everybody, I don't want to stop debate, but we've got to finish these bills tonight because this is the last day for Committee of the Whole in the House of Origin. Or not Committee of the Whole, but third reading. So as we debate these bills, keep that in mind. Representative Pendergraft for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be quick. I had a comment and then a question for the good chairman from District 9. I remember many years when I was living, frankly, in abject poverty. I drove an old vehicle. There was no way I was going to come up with 5 years all in one lump sum because I was basically going paycheck to paycheck. So that leads to my question. The numbers that you cited us, do they include, for example, 100% participation or a 50% participation of these older vehicles? Thank you.
Representative Harrelson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to give you guys an example, a little orange pickup truck was sitting down in the parking garage last week. I bought when I was 16 years old. If I were to go and do that, if this were to pass and I were to do that today, it'd be $512 for that little pickup truck to go and get permanent plates. A lot of people aren't going to go and spend that. That's just the reality. They'll keep paying the 80 some odd dollars a year to throw plates on it. A lot of people aren't going to go and spend $512.50 is exactly what it adds out to what I paid. So just keep that in mind. I think the participation, there will be people who will do this. but I don't think it's going to be a mass exodus to go and get that taken care of.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer of the amendment? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the debate because I did not honestly bring this amendment to have the debate. I was just bringing information. I want to go over, there was a question on how many vehicles this would ultimately be. I actually think that was brought by here across the state. And I do have that. This would be 274,586 vehicles would be qualified underneath this. So 250,000 vehicles would be eligible underneath this program. So going after that, I think that was the question that was asked. I hope I answered what the good representative from the Land of the Camels was asking. At the end of the day, this is a policy choice, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't bring this. I'm not trying to kill the bill. I want us to just be informed over what we're trying to do here. If you like the bill and you want to do this, fantastic. I agree. There's going to be some people that can't afford it and don't want to go move on and do this. And there's going to be people who take advantage of it. Those who do take advantage of it after 6 years, after 7 years, this is going to start hurting the counties that you live in and the schools and everything associated with that, your municipalities and your special districts. They're going to start seeing a revenue decrease for every single one of these vehicles that does come on. That 5-year bump is helpful, and they're going to see an influx when they do that, but they're going to have to figure out how to make that last in perpetuity. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I withdraw the amendment and call the question.
House Bill 154, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Klauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Warnock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermueller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storr. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers.
Aye.
Are there any changes? Angelos? No to aye. Further changes? Klauston? No to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 39 aye, 23 no.
Okay, House Bill 154. Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 154 has passed the House. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 164.
House Bill 164, sponsored by Representative Zwanitzer Dave. Legal notice publication on websites. An act relating to the publication of legal notices being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 164 and ask for your favorable consideration. And members, what this does is on page 2, lines 4, 5, 6, and the very start of 7, it eliminates the reference to a statewide website established and maintained by an organization representing a majority of Wyoming newspapers as a digital repository for all legal notices. And my issue with this, I don't think it's appropriate for us to be referencing a trade group or a trade association in our green books as to that being the standard bearer for who should carry all of the public notices. And so I think having the newspapers be required to leave it open and free and everything else in this bill certainly makes good sense, and I'm in favor of that. Like I said, I don't think it's appropriate for a trade association to be the standard bearer of who would take care of being the repository for that. So with that, I would answer any questions and ask for your favorable vote on the removal of that language, and that is amendment number 1.
Representative Zwanitzer Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask you to vote no. I do have an amendment coming right after this, and that might clear up a little bit of the issue that the fine representative is bringing forward to us. But the real question is, if we go with the amendment, there's a couple of things. We believe there is a need to have a statewide, and this is just for legal notices to be published. And and I just lost my thought. And one of the unintended consequences of this particular bill will be that it'll actually probably force a couple of the smaller newspapers to maintain and create a website. And we really hate to have that happen. And the other question is really, if we do have this state website, which we believe we need, who's going to administer it? So do we want a government entity to do it, or do we want a private entity? And with that, I would ask for your no vote.
Anybody else? Anybody for the second time? Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, I don't know that I would consider a trade association to be a private entity. You can join or not join, and so if we really want this that badly, maybe some agency could even aid in this. But currently, as drafted, as I said, I just don't think it's an appropriate role to be naming well, not directly, but indirectly naming a trade association to be the standard bearer for the repository for this. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
All those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 164 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 164 is passed. Representative Zwanitzer Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 164 when asked for your favorable consideration. What this amendment does is delete the amendment that we just voted on as a yes, but we did bring a couple of amendments, and they're both on the second page. On line 4, it would say that the legal notices shall also be published without copyright. And then we go on and on line 5, we cross out the words "and organization representing." So now it'll just read, "Notice without copyright, established and maintained by a majority of the Wyoming newspapers as a digital repository for all legal notices." And with that, I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Representative Walters for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's have a little excitement here late in the day, and I'd like to divide that amendment. And the division would be lines 1 through 5 would be a division 1, and division 2 would be lines 6 through 8.
I rule that as divisible. Which one do you want to start with?
We'll start with number 1, Mr. Speaker, if we could.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think adding this copywriting language does strengthen the bill, and I would encourage an aye vote on section number 1, lines 1 through 5.
Anybody want to speak to this? All right. All those in favor of Division 1 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Division 1 is adopted. We're now on Division 2. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage a no vote here on division number 2. I think the action we took in the first amendment really addresses that third-party trade association, and really by just deleting a couple of the words, I still don't think we've gotten to the full deletion of using that third party. I think the public notifications can still go out in an adequate manner, but I think it's just not doing enough by only having a couple of these words removed. I think the First Amendment accomplishes that goal far better, and so I would ask for a no on the second portion.
Representative Stith for your first time on Division 2.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to be clear about what division is what. Was Division 1 lines 1 through 5 or lines 3 through 5? Because if it was lines 1 through 5, then we have deleted the Walters Amendment already. So I guess I'd just like the sponsor to address that.
So to clear that up, Division 1 was lines 1 through 5. And we just passed Division 1 through 5. We are now on Division 2. Does anybody want to speak else for their first time on Division 2? Representative Zwanitz or Dan?
So just on this division, I'm not sure if it matters because you either are saying if you vote if you vote yes on the amendment, then you're just having all the newspapers have to put it somewhere, and I assume they would work with the organization. And if you don't pass the amendment, then you still have the organization. So, I mean, I think it was divisible. I'm not sure that it matters at all now if you vote aye or no on this amendment, because it's going to happen anyway. And one, you're putting it on the trade association, and the other, you're somehow going to ask all the newspapers to get along and make it work. And I'm just guessing they're going to use a trade association to do that.
Anybody else on Division 2? Representative Zwanitz or Dave?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think part of it is we also want to make sure the government doesn't decide that they want to take control of it. There's another organization in the state, and they have their website, and then people pull off of their website, and it's not a government one, but it does a lot of government legal notices and stuff. So I would vote aye on the second one.
Anybody else on Division 2? All those in favor of Division 2 of third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 164 signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Division 2 is passed. Nobody's going to call division. That's the way I'm calling. It's like 5 people voted on the whole thing. So all those in favor of Division 2, please rise. Because I did hear division. All right. Division 2 has failed. All right, is that all? Do we have any more amendments on 164? Is that it? All right. House Bill 164 having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storr? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Swanitzer Dan? Swanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
Aye.
Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 31 aye, 31 no.
House Bill 164, having failed to receive the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 164 has failed to pass the House. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 195. Representative Provenza.
Let me read it in, sir.
Oh, please. Sorry.
House Bill 195, sponsored by Appropriations, American Rescue Plan Act Appropriations, Amendments, an act relating to the emergency expenses of government being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll keep this brief so you guys don't get too hangry on me. This is the same amendment I brought yesterday with a little bit tighter language after talking with some folks. So what this amendment does, again, is appropriates money to the Department of Family Services, which is in the bill, or in the amendment, and this, for them to develop a program to provide grants, collect and monitor data, and provide technical assistance to communities to establish or strengthen family resource centers. And one question that I got yesterday when I brought the amendment was, how many resource centers do we have already? Are we creating a new program? And the answer that I got was there are 14 different local entities right now that can serve in this role that would be in some ways prepared to kind of help develop the Family Resource Center plan across the state. And some of them are doing very well. Specifically, I heard from some folks in the land where the water is sweet, and they have an incredible family resource program that they said has been successful. And so what this would do, some of this funding would be to help, again, kind of get them into the network that's necessary to help them do that job of connecting people to the services they need, help them do whatever they need to do to get that help so that we can get them back on their feet and become more self-sufficient. So again, this is something that was brought by the good Chief Executive's office, and given that we have funding now, I think it'd be a good time to get this going, given the clear benefits to it.
Anybody else for their first time? Sensing your urge to vote, all those in favor of third, Representative Hornock.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'll jump up quicker. So this is essentially the same thing we voted down yesterday. I want to know, my question is, how do we keep this from being an ongoing appropriation if this is now a new program under the Department of Family Services? Thank you.
Representative Larson for your first time.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I guess my question to the bringer of this amendment, if this is funded through the Department of Family Services, you can correct me if I'm wrong, with one-time ARPA dollars that when they're gone, then the program is dissolved because it's not in part of their budget or anything else. If you could just clarify and make sure I understand that accurately.
Anybody else for their first time? Second time before the sponsor, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer that question, this is in the ARPA funds. It is a one-time appropriation. If this program ends up being really great and saves state money and helps our constituents back at home, then this body can make a decision on whether we want to do that later. But I think this is a great way to help some folks out, get people back on their feet, and support Wyoming. So aye on the amendment.
All those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 195 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 195 is passed. Division being called. All those in favor, please rise. Obermueller, you in or out? All those opposed, please stand. Less than 32. Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 195 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Majority Whip, would you come up here for a minute and take over? Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring you third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 195 and ask for your favorable consideration.
Point of order, if you would move the amendment.
I move, thank you. Amendment, third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 195 and ask for your favorable consideration. Okay, this is amendment number 2. Thank you, to be clear. So let me explain what is happening with this amendment. Yesterday, we were told that there was 17 million some odd dollars extra in CARES Act funding that we could throw toward different services or whatever we wanted to kind of throw at that. Yesterday in an amendment, there was $15 million put into added to one of the accounts under the Wyoming Business Council in order to fund any contingencies or cost inflation type of thing. There's not a project related to that. It's just funds for the extra that might come up because of something. I'm taking $5 million out of that and also the $2.75 million. So essentially there's roughly little under $8 million in this fund. And what I'm doing is putting a fund together to be under the Wyoming Business Council so that we can reimburse Wyoming residents for uncompensated medical expenses as a result of injuries that they have sustained from getting a COVID-19 vaccination. So the Wyoming Business Council has in the past, with these CARES Act funds, they have set up the payment protection plan system. So I think that the Wyoming Business Council kind of has a system in place ready to go to distribute these funds. They will figure out ways. There's actually some national standards in place that they can follow, or they don't have to, but they can set up a program in order to distribute funds. So this is a way that we can specifically help out Wyoming residents as a result of the COVID pandemic that we've been through that have been injured from vaccinations. We've heard stories about people who are financially hurt. This will allow them to get a reimbursement for medical expenses that they have expended out of their own pocket for healthcare services as a result of injury, validated injury from the COVID-19 vaccine specifically. So I think this is a good way that we can help out our citizens, support them in what we've done, and I ask for your favorable consideration.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 2 questions. Is it constitutional for us to directly reimburse Wyoming residents? So that's number 1, if they don't fall under the poor. And then number 2, is this something that we would actually get reimbursed? So if we reimburse Wyoming residents, is this a program under that the federal government will accept as something that they will reimburse us for with ARPA dollars? So maybe that's a question for our appropriators.
Representative Larson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of questions. I guess first one then is, what you're saying is that we had a COVID pandemic, and want to make sure on that. And then this is the American Rescue Plan dollars and not the CARES Act dollars. Or were you referring, because you're now in the amendment, it refers to the ARPA dollars, and that's what this bill is, but you refer to the CARES Act dollars, and I just want to make sure we're clear on that, because I think all the CARES Act dollars have been expended. I think that there's a valid concern, and just would like a little better understanding why it's going through the Business Council, then appropriated out to individuals, rather than because the Payment Protection Plan and those other through the CARES Act dollars at that time were to businesses. And so if it was an individual, I guess my question was, did you not consider maybe using Workforce Services where they have their workers' compensation and evaluate things of that nature? And then of the money that is appropriated, it all goes out. So was there any consideration in appropriating any funds to the administration of this event? Or are you just, because you're requiring them, there's a shall to the Business Council that they'll promulgate rules and do all of this, but there's nothing there to, or are they just using, where are they getting their money to do this? So if you could answer those, I'd be grateful.
Mr. Speaker, for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On and against the amendment. The intent of the amendment yesterday was obviously to put money towards health facilities that have incurred inflationary pressures. And I just think that's a better use of these dollars. And frankly, it's a use of these dollars that is approved under the ARPA plan. I'm not sure that this would even be approved under the ARPA plan. And I don't think the federal government would even allow this use of those dollars. We do know that they'll allow use of dollars to help build health facilities. And so I would urge you to vote no on this.
Representative Ward for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we don't seem to be able to protect medical freedom in Wyoming, the least we can do is reimburse people for the harm that was done to them by the medical cartel. Thank you.
Point of order.
Point of order. Representative Speaker, Speaker Summers.
My point is we should not refer to the medical industry as a cartel. We shouldn't refer to anybody as a cartel. It's a derogatory term.
Representative Penn, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in support of this amendment. The damage that has been done to some based on these immunizations and the fact that the drug manufacturers have been granted immunity, therefore they have everything to gain and nothing to lose. This is a very worthwhile use of funds, and it's very needed in our state. Thank you.
Any other discussion for your first time? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious how we adjudicate this and who adjudicates this. I'm really confused by the idea that the business council is going to be doing medical determinations and making that medical determination based off of their medical expertise on whether or not a immunization caused damage. And what experience does the business council have in doing and making these medical determinations? And then also, how do they determine how much value each of these cases is worth? None of that is contemplated in this. I think it's an idea that came to somebody's mind, hey, we should do this, but I think there's a lot of unthought of areas that really need to be put into place here. And I'm just not sure that the business council, certainly I'm sure the business council is not the place to put this, but I'm also just not sure how many medical professionals we have down there that would help adjudicate these issues. Thank you.
Anyone else for their first time? Representative O'Hearn?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Somebody mentioned earlier a good use of funds. How much funds are we talking about in all these COVID-19 cases that would be adjudicated by the Wyoming Business Council? Thank you.
Any other member for their first time? Representative Stivar? Oh, all right. Anybody else for their second time? Representative Yin?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe one other question. I assume that this is for uncompensated care for folks without medical insurance. So I wonder if the bringer has thought about asking nonprofits to help with that uncompensated care or the church. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else for their second time for the sponsor? To the sponsor, Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to address some of those questions. The good representative in the back was correct, and in this amendment, it is American Rescue Plan dollars. So just to be clear about that, I wasn't around for all the CARES Act funding stuff. So there's been a lot of money that the federal government's thrown our way. So it is the American Rescue Plan dollars. So you have to put this fund somewhere, don't you, if you do it? Where do you put it? I debated that. I asked, and there were a couple different places that I could put it and I just chose the Wyoming Business Council out of the couple that were referenced and given to me because they had previously administered a lot of those PPP loans that went out. They, during the pandemic that they had, they stepped up to the plate and they got that done. They did a great job at that. And so I figured that that would be a place where they could try to do that again. And it's a difficult place to. I didn't want this to go to some place where it would kind of get lost in the shuffle. I think the Wyoming Business Council has the outreach and has the ability to take care of these funds. There are federal programs that they can tailor this program and follow. There are federal programs in place that will do this for people who have been injured for vaccines. And it's not just related to COVID vaccines, it's a whole host of them. If you want to do a search on your computer, you will find that federal agency that deals with this kind of thing. They can tailor their plan to match whatever that program is, and possibly even use the forms or whatever. That's why I allowed, I didn't want them to specifically have to follow that. I wanted them to be able to tailor it to their needs. That's why I didn't list that agency and that plan in this amendment, but that's something that they can certainly do. I just think this is a little bit of help for Wyoming people that really need it. And I do ask that you vote in favor of this. This has been something we've been dealing with for a long time. I think this is a great way to reach back out and help those in need. Thanks.
Question being called. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 195, say aye. All those opposed, say no. Third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 195 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 3. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would move third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 195. Ask for your favorable consideration. Members, the amendment, there's about a little over $90 million in this ARPA bill. There's probably 7-8 million left. Passed an amendment just now for a couple million from the good representative from Albany County. What this amendment does is go into our university over the hill, the school in Article 7 in our Constitution, visiting with them, and it says it in the title, but really the WWAMI, inflation, and the College of Health Science appropriation to investigate a program, they're telling us they can't use it. It does not fit the description of what these ARPA dollars can be used for. So then here's the issue. If we don't take this out, it'll sit here another year, and then the timeline all the while is ticking, and these have to be obligated by December of '24, and then they have to be spent by December of '26. So if we don't act on these, they're going to sit for another year, and then we're going to have less opportunity to do that. So this amendment then would take those, it's a little over $2 million from our university in Article 7 over the hill from them, and put it in this program on line 17 of your amendment. And the SLIB board, the 5 electeds would run this, the office would, but the 5 electeds oversee it. And really to go to our local governments, if they have some capital needs for community type facilities, and you have to write the language so it can relate to public health, emergencies, and so that's why this 400 people, a place where up to 400 people could gather, and then and those that have in that standard language on line 24 and 25. And then the word urban is in there too, and that was intentional because it's a broad term. And I think even like the town, it's almost all of our municipalities. The community in the Bighorns, where it sleeps 10 times, beautiful little town, I think it would also qualify for this with that language. So anyway, that's so we want to not let this money sit in our auditor's office for another year. Let's get it out to our local governments, our local communities, and maybe there's some issues out there we can get going on and make Wyoming even more wonderful. So stand for any questions. And I think, Mr. Chairman, a good co-sponsor back there. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Stiff for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, on and in favor of this amendment. It'll be on a competitive grant funding basis, so any of your communities can apply for this. So it's good for economic development. There's not all that much that we're doing in our budget to help with economic development. This would be one thing that would, and it's a good use of these ARPA dollars that we need to get obligated in any event. Thank you. On and for.
Representative Hornock for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just remind the body that we don't have to spend this money. Don't be afraid not to spend this money. One thing that happens if we don't spend money in this bill is it does revert to water development projects. And there's a very important water development project north of here that this money will revert to. So it's we're looking for ways to spend this stuff, and don't be afraid to not spend this money, and it will go to need. Thank you.
Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just some questions for the bringer of the amendment. It seems very prescriptive. It looks like it's supposed to be used to build a building that can house 400 persons for a meeting. Curious, why so prescriptive and specific? I mean, it seems like cities and towns could have any number of uses for these funds. in the next year. And based on what the previous speaker said, I guess I'd be opposed to this amendment unless there's a good reason it's so prescriptive.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer of the amendment? Representative Stith for your second time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Just to address the last two questions, with respect to the water project that was referred to earlier, that project has already been fully funded, so it doesn't need any of the ARPA funds. So there's no real, you don't get any real extra additional benefit of using the reversions for that, because we fully funded that by legislation last year. So that project, which is very dear to a lot of, even though it's on the opposite side of the state from me, I think it's one of our highest profile water projects. It is fully funded. We did that last year, so there's no need to use ARPA funds for it. And you'll see here in the amendment, as far as the size go, is that it's for, it can be used in an area of, in the event of an emergency. So you need a certain size to accommodate that. Thank you. Honored for.
Anybody else for their second time? Representative Harshman, do you want to? Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the question from the good representative from Campbell County, and said it seemed prescriptive but very wide open. And the idea is, I think that you don't want to have this so wide open that it's maybe, at least in my mind, this has got to, and to fit into this ARPA dollars about public safety, where could the public come in the event of an emergency or whatever, but so it's not a little tiny place or a little tiny piece of in a small town or a city or something that houses 5 people. We're thinking, so that's how we're trying to craft this language so it would qualify for these ARPA dollars. So anyway, Mr. Speaker, appreciate your aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor of third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 195 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 195 is passed. House Bill 195, having been read three separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Alaman? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Luck? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwonitzer Dan? Zwonitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
Aye.
Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 38 aye, 24 no.
House Bill 195, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 195 has passed the House. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 270.
House Bill 270, sponsored by Representative Northrup. Improvement and Service Districts Limitations, an act relating to improvement and service districts being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Chairman Zwanitzer.
Mr. Speaker, I believe in the last 20 minutes, 2 more amendments have been added onto the bill, so I am happy to go first, but at your pleasure.
No, let me see what I've got here. Chief, what do you got? 270. Sorry about that, they were buried. Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 2 for House Bill 270 and ask for your favorable consideration. So I received some emails from a few people that had just some verbiage concerns. So on page 3, line 3, I would make the suggestion that after the word district, we insert casting ballots. And that's because how it's currently worded, it would require rounding up all of the landowners in order to make the assessment. In this way, you can use just the ballots cast and make things a little bit more simple. So I would urge an aye vote.
Representative Northrup for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I consider it a friendly amendment because it'll read qualified voters of the district casting ballots by mail, and so it'll certainly work. Thank you. Vote aye.
Question have been called. Anybody else? Third reading, all those in favor of third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 270 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 270 has been adopted. Representative Northrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 207, and we'll explain it. As you see that it says that we're just adding another section to it. This section is kind of protecting the people that have already had a service district in their operation that didn't have a charter or any petition. And so it just reads I can't say it. In subsection A of this section shall not apply to the fees, charges, mill levies, taxes, or other assessments imposed in a district that has been organized without a petition or charter as of July 1, this date.
Anybody else for their first time? Question being called. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 270, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 270 has passed. Now, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 1 at this time to House Bill 270, and will withdraw at the appropriate time. So members, welcome to special district law. We didn't get quite a robust conversation on first reading, and while I was hoping for maybe 20 minutes, I'll try to cut down. I just want to give you an overview of what we're talking about here in the simplest terms I can, so you kind of understand the policy argument going on. So for pre-discussion at least, this bill, it's really set out to deal with an issue that happened in the Good Speakers County. It was a dispute among residents, went to the court, got litigated. One side was not happy with that. I'm sure you've heard from some other people on the other side who were happy with that. It came to this body a couple of years ago. Bill didn't make it at that point, went to an interim study, didn't make it through the interim study process. And now I'm just guessing because there's a large turnover in the body, it's back, so we can talk about it again. So, very broadly and trying to be fair to all sides, under special district law, in Wyoming, we have special districts. And service and improvement districts are in 1812-103. And so I'll just read quickly what they are designed to do. Any unincorporated territory in the state may be formed into an improvement and service district to perform the following functions: acquire, construct, operate, or maintain improvements of local necessity and convenience, obtain improvements or services for contracting with any city, town, county, or other entity, and furnish or perform any special local service which enhances the enjoyment or an improvement of the facility or EMS services. So what does that really mean? It means think of these as an entity to themselves, not in the city, out in the county. You still want to be able to provide services to those people. And whether that's better streets, paved roads, a water treatment plant, sewers, a public park, any one of those things, people get together and they set up a service and improvement district. And they create a board approved by the county commissioners, and the residents all agree within that SID, Service Improvement District, for those services. They have a public hearing, they commit to a budget and funding, And the budget for these improvements or these services can either be through bonding or through assessments. And some people would say assessments are taxes. I understand, however you want to say it. So that's how these operate. So then know that in almost all cases across the board in special districts that aren't service and improvement districts, the legislature caps the mills. So depending what it is, community colleges, weed and pest, library board, schools, we put a cap that you can't exceed that cap for any purpose. And each one of your local communities has special districts that are below that cap in some way, shape, or form. So when it comes to SIDS, we've never done this for good reasons, because the policy argument, right, is services can change dynamically, unexpectedly. So a water leak, you have a bad winter and you got to plow the roads more than you expected. You have a forest fire and it burns up your local service and improvement district park. Any number of things can have an unexpected change on what the assessment and the fees are for that district. So there's only two ways to pay for these, right? Either bonding, which this bill doesn't address, and if you're bonding, you're perfectly fine. What this bill addresses is assessments. So it's really more complex than that, but I'm trying to keep it simple. So the question, the bill before you today is, how does the bill get paid? So you contract a service, plow your roads, something bad happens, that service costs more than you were expecting, right? And so right now, your local SID board can, if they don't do a bond's fine, right? They're just gonna leave the bond on longer. They can do an assessment, for that extra makeup, for whatever that emergency funding was. And they have public hearings after the fact, it's transparent. This bill limits that process to having to have an election, either the annual meeting or a ballot. So the question, and why, and let me just tell you, the current law is 1812-112 Romanet 8. SIDS, Service Improvement Districts, establish and collect charges for water sanitation related services for improvements or services provided by the district, including the authority to change the amount or rate thereof. So the question or the problem is, what happens when the bill is greater than what the SID approved? What do you do? Well, right now they can charge a special assessment to make up that money. If this bill passes, you have to have an election, right? A mail ballot, or the annual district board meeting. But then the question is, what happens if the voters say no? You already have had the service performed, you owe that money, and then your service or improvement district says, hey, we're not gonna pay it. And I guess you have a couple options. One, you're probably gonna get sued, and you're gonna cost the service or improvement district more money, or you just eat the cost, I guess is the question. So if this bill passes, I think almost all of your SIDs are gonna go into bonding mode. Two things are gonna happen. Everybody's gonna try to bond for everything. And two, all of their budgets are gonna go all sorts of weird places because they're gonna have to account for unexpected problems. Historically, the legislature has said SIDs are this area that, bad things happen. They need this flexibility. The other big issue, I'm sorry I'm rambling, is that a lot of the people who live in these service and improvement districts aren't primary owner occupied, right? These are out in the county, they're second homes, they're people who are here for 6 months of the year, and trying to get them a mail ballot is a little tough, right? They might not be there, trying to get them to come to the district election is kind of tough. So they're not gonna vote under this bill, and you're gonna be stuck with a bill. So that's, in my mind, the policy question. By putting a cap on this, you're gonna force some really weird unintended things, and it all stems from one problem in one district, and to affect every different service and improvement district across the board in dynamic ways that you're not expecting, I just think is not the way you want to go. So I'd ask you to vote no on the bill. Happy to try to answer any more questions on special district law. It's been fascinating for the past 2 decades of my life, but ask you to vote no.
Majority Whip Western, could you come up here to the mic, and then Representative Stiff, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So this bill is pretty simple. It just says that landowners, when they get together to decide to form a service and improvement district, have the right to say that their taxes will never go above a certain limit. That's what the bill says. Right now, service and improvement districts are the only kind of special district that does not have a mill levy cap. County commissioners If they run short of funds, they're not allowed to raise your mill levies above 12 mills to fund county operations. 12 mills is the cap. Cities are capped at 8 mills. So it's always struck me as odd that service and improvement districts have unlimited taxing power. This bill doesn't really alter that and does not impose a cap on all service and improvement districts. In fact, it doesn't impose a cap at all. What it does say is that you, the landowners, when you decide to form a district, will have the authority and the power to make that decision for yourself. And then if you do have an emergency, you can, and you want to, and the board of the special district wants to raise the mill levy cap, it can. It just has to ask the landowners, the voters, for their permission to do so. And so this is fundamentally a property tax bill. And if you want to keep property taxes low, keep them from spiraling out of control, please vote aye. I will vote conflict, as you may have heard. And the reason I do that is the following. I do not own land in a special service and improvement district. I'm not a member of a service and improvement district. I'm not on the board of a service and improvement district, but I have a client who is, and I've been very closely associated with this litigation. And our highest court last year ruled that landowners do not have the power to decide in advance to limit their property taxation for the district. And to me, that just seems counterintuitive. It seems wrong, and this bill would fix that, that problem. So on and forth. Thank you.
Speaker Summers for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On and against the bill, I think fundamentally these landowners elect a board, and that board gets to decide, I think, how they pay their bills and whether they can pay the bills, whether they can plow their roads. And so ultimately it is a bit of a democracy, right? They get to elect people, those people represent them, and then they go and do the deeds that need to be done around their subdivision. And so on and against the bill.
Anyone else for the first time? Chairman Northrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if you have ballots sent out and they go out by mail, there's a forwarding address. Those people get them. They might get them a little bit, another week later, how snail mail is, but they'll get them. As far as the voting goes, that's what this bill tried to do, is put that back into the hands of the people so they had a chance to be able to say, there's new assessment coming up. Do we want to do it? And some people will and some people won't. That's the deal. That's what democracy says. We see it here all the time. So thank you.
Anyone else for the first time? Seeing none. Back to the sponsor, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, historically, we've always allowed this. My fear again is if we pass this motion, every district is then going to feel compelled to go to a bonding mechanism, which is perhaps not the worst thing. It just historically and we've gone through 2 different rounds of special district laws and reviews, and every time we've come and said, these are special because weird things happen when you're trying to provide goods and services to people out in the county, and they do their best, but when you get an unexpected thing, my fear is still what happens if the vote turns out to be no, right? What happens? And this bill doesn't contemplate that. If the vote is, hey, you owe another $5,000, and we say, hey, we're not going to pay it, who eats that cost, or who's liable, and what bad things happen? So that's historically why when we studied this, we've said this is that one area we need to keep allowing them to have this power. It is not frequently used, from what I understand from the comments 2 years ago when we studied this extensively in the interim. But again, I know it's tough to say, hey, we don't want to allow these entities to just throw random taxes or go above and beyond assessments and fees promised. But that's the mechanism that works, and it's protection from, owing a bill. So I would continue to ask you to vote no, stick with the current historic agreement of this body, and I'll withdraw the amendment at this time.
That amendment is withdrawn. House Bill 270 having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Elleman? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
No.
Are there any changes? Tarver? Davis? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 34 aye, 27 no, 1 conflict.
House Bill 270, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 270 has passed the House. Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 12-11, I move for immediate reconsideration of House Bill 164.
It's a move for reconsideration. It's not a debatable motion. So the first vote is on whether we want to reconsider the vote of 164, not on the question itself. And then if that passes, then it's an immediate vote without debate on 164, the question of. So on the reconsideration, all those in favor, roll call.
Elleman? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storr? Strzok? Stivár? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
No.
Are there any changes? Chestick, no to aye. Chadwick, aye to no. Henderson, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 31 aye, 31 no.
The vote to reconsider House Bill 164 has failed on a tie vote. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 89.
House Bill 89, sponsored by Capital Finance, State Investment Returns, Adequate Reserve Funding, an act relating to the investment of state funds being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Read third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 89 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is basically a technical correction that was brought to me by our good folks down the hall after reviewing the last bill. So it basically, at page 7, lines 21, it deletes 2024 and inserts 2025. At page 8, line 3, it deletes 2023 and inserts 2024. This has to do with the payback on the federal mineral royalties funds that we're using as part of the swap for the Common Schools Reserve Fund. So that's basically what this amendment does. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
All those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 89 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 89 has been adopted. House Bill 89 having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Houston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Excuse me, Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Can you repeat? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storr? Strzok? Stivár? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
Aye.
Are there any changes? Allemand? No to aye. Singh, aye to no. Angelos, no to aye. Heiner, no to aye. Alamand, aye to no. Penn, aye to no. Further changes? Conrad? Closing vote. Vote closed. 56 aye, 6 no.
House Bill 89, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 89 has passed the House. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 118.
House Bill 118, sponsored by Representative Newsom, Volunteer Firefighter Pension Funding, an act relating to the Volunteer Firefighter EMT and Search and Rescue Pension Account, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 118 and ask for your favorable considerations, ladies and gentlemen. What this amendment does is take the $9 million that is currently that we have funded for these volunteer fire folks down, cuts it in half to $4.5 million. And so I want to go through a little history lesson on this because I've been involved in this for about 12 years so far. A long time ago, in a place far away, 1967, we created the volunteer fire account, which was a small account that, just to help encourage folks to have some type of retirement. And it kind of chugged along until about 2015. In 2015, we added some emergency medical techs. In 2019, we added county's search and rescue. And we also then provided other funding for it over time, and we increased the benefits of it. And the good representative from Carbon County was part of this project. In fact, he was one of the main bringers of one of the last major amendments that we did to this fund. So about that time in 2020 or 2019, we took funds from an account that's called the Fire Insurance Premium Account. And we took funds from that account, and those insurance companies pay those funds into an account to do business here. So we took a percentage of those funds, which had been used other places, and we put them into this fund to help shore up and pay for the funds. So as of today, there are roughly 2,300 active volunteers around the state, from your EMTs, your volunteers, your search and rescue, and there's roughly 1,600 beneficiaries, or folks who have retired. So the amounts of contributions that come in every year to this fund right now from this, the Fire Insurance Premium Fund, are between $4.5 and $5.5 million. So we, the state of Wyoming, are taking funds, $4.5 to $5 million to help fund this account. And the amount of contributions by all of those 2,300 folks constitute about $1 million. And so basically it's 5 to 1 or 4.5 to 1 on contributions that basically we're paying gratis to these volunteers to help give them a sizable retirement fund. Right, the average payout is around $385 a month for if you have about roughly 20 years of experience in one of these areas. So originally the benefits, you had to kick in about $16 a month for the first 10 years, and then 19 in years after that. We've increased that now. Now it's around $18.50 a month for firefighters and EMTs, and it's $37.50 for the search and rescue folks because of the different payout structures and the type of benefits that are awarded. And so then came along Fire A, which happened last year. And Fire A, we reduced that fire insurance premium. We had bumped it up to 100% until Fire A came along, and that's where we bailed out these folks in Fire A. And so we took this 100% down back to 60%. So right now it's at 60% contribution from this insurance premium account. That other 40% is paying off the obligations that we took under our wing to help those folks in Fire A. What's important, though, is from day one, we were always going to bring this fund from 100% down to 60%. Because as it's currently drafted in the rules, as soon as this count reaches 107% of funding, then it's going to go down to 60%. So right now, that 60% of the fire insurance premium. So this 6% is going to happen no matter what. So the only question is how quickly we're going to get to 107%. If we put in $12 million or $9 million, it's going to happen a little faster. If we put in $4.5 million, it's going to happen a little slower. If we do nothing, it's still going to happen. We just don't know the date. Up until last year, they told us that that date would be 2029, right? When it would go from 100% down to 60%. Now, because there was a loss last year, so they don't know when that 2029 date, they don't know what that time frame is now. If we go by our retirement's investment long-term forecast, which is 6.8%, then this will be fully funded in about 31 or 32 instead of 29, because it has to catch up for that dip. But we don't know what those figures are. Right now, the stock market is up about 7% since it was down at the close of this year. So they're on trend to hit about 6.8%. But I think what's important here, ladies and gentlemen, is either if we put 9 million in or 4.5 million or zero, it won't affect anybody's benefits. It won't take away anybody's premiums, and everything will be the same. The question is just at what point in time this thing becomes fully funded and we put less money into it. Because once it gets to 107, that's the level playing field. And this body, in 1 year or 5 years or 10 years from now, will go into that insurance premium and find another use for it to help pay it off. I'm just suggesting that, really, we don't need to do anything. But if it makes everyone feel good, we can put in 5.5 million or 4.5 million, or we can do nothing. But I suggest that just because there's a complaint from a few folks on this account saying you're taking money out of our pockets, that is a false statement, because we are not. None of these benefits are at risk. They simply are not at risk. There was a suggestion that a COLA will happen at some point if we front end it and load it up more money now. That is incorrect. This fund is not created to have a COLA, and that's why when it gets to 107%, we're going to pull back and keep it steady at that point in time. Now, if the legislature 20 years from now or 10 years from now want to come in and add 20 million to this account and say, okay, we're going to give you a COLA, we could do that. But that's not the way the account is structured right now. So appreciate your consideration on the amendment. Happy to answer questions.
Chairman Newsom for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I love the history lesson. However, we last year decided that we would take $9 million from the Volunteer Firefighter Fund to shore up Fire A, which is the paid firefighter retirement fund. So we took money from the volunteers and put it into the paid account. That's the simple explanation of what happened. What I'm asking is that we maintain that $9 million that we took from the volunteer fund to replace it, and especially since we have a little extra money at this point in time. So what I'm asking is the same thing that I asked yesterday, is that we defeat this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Larson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the light finally went on where I think the problem is. We did not take $5 million, or we did not take $9 million from the corpus of the Volunteer Fire Retirement Fund last year and transfer it to A. We took part of the revenue that will be generated from the fire premium tax moving forward. We take a portion of that. That will equate over the period of time a diversion of about $9 million that would have allowed it to be fully funded sooner. We did not transfer $9 million out of that corpus over to Fire A. The light went on. So please, we did not do that. And so I would request that, you know, part of that discussion, we put in $50 million state funds to excuse me, to bail out Fire A, and then another 20 million as a loan to the communities where those Fire A communities were, to help them pay their part, and then they'll pay the state back. And then part of refueling that is, remember, we had, at one time, we were at 60% of the fire premium tax, then we took 100%, and it was just to make sure and hopefully put that volunteer fire account fully funded sooner. So we've backed it off. It's going to put it out a little bit longer, but that's all we've done. And that's where the $9 million comes in, as we anticipate it's a diversion of about $9 million over the period of that time, but we didn't take $9 million from the fund.
Representative Davis for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, just a question. Is this account currently solvent? I mean.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Stivar for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against this amendment, we have to take care of our volunteers. The volunteer firefighters, the EMTs, search and rescue. Volunteerism in this state is going down. If we shore this up, hopefully we can get more volunteers. So on and against the amendment. Let's take care of our volunteers.
Representative Walters for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, probably against the bill, but just to answer the question, this fund is extremely solvent. It is high 80s currently in terms of being fully funded. As you can see, it'll be fully funded by 2029 under the status quo without this bill in place. With this bill in place, you could get it down to 2025. So we're talking about 4 years difference. And this was really part of a compromise that we made last year, where everybody in the firefighting system said we're willing to pitch in and make sure we can stabilize that Fire A system. And now a year later, we're coming back and saying, well, some of the folks decided they didn't like their part of the compromise. And so they want to change their part of the compromise, and that's why this bill is before us. So again, on and for the amendment, against the bill, and the fund is extremely well funded, and it is very stable, to answer that question.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Representative Zwanitzer Dan.
For a first time, Mr. Speaker, I guess I'm just wanting some more information from our good Appropriations Committee. The bill went through their committee. They didn't bring this amendment at that time. Now here we are on third reading asking for this amendment. So what has changed in the past week, I guess, is my question.
Representative Burkhart for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think I can answer that last question. Was the Appropriation Committee took the 9 million out. That was their recommendation, and it passed. This body put 9 million back in. So, and we do this once in a while. We'll take money out, we'll put it back in, we'll change the amount of money. This isn't anything unusual. And that's the reason. A little bit about the retirement plans. And this is one I would tell you to vote your conscience on. Retirement plans are based on actuarial studies that go generations. The idea being that you balance it out to paying out all the money to all the retirees versus not having enough to pay them out or having too much, because if the plan ends and you have too much, you have nothing to do with the money. All of the plans, this one included, are solvent. And it's based on how much is in there, how much funding there is. 80% is generally considered to be an adequate funding nationally on a retirement plan. Wyoming's plans fluctuate up and down, above and below 80%, depending on the market. And it's difficult with this amendment to explain all of that. But I would tell you, vote your conscience on this one. But the plan is solvent as it is. Things will change. Yes, I'm the one who figured out how to raid the fire insurance premium tax, which was mostly going to general fund to fund these programs, and we've adjusted them over the years, how much goes where. So, thank you.
Okay, Representative Zwanitzer Dan.
For my second time, and not to be a pain, Mr. Speaker, but according to the chief clerk and the internet, that amendment failed for the standing committee. And so it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's currently a $9 million appropriation in the bill right now, and this cuts it down to 4. We did not take the money out on first reading. If I could get that confirmed.
Chairman Nicholas, bring us home on this amendment.
Thank you. Your Appropriations Committee took out the $9 million, and when it came back to the floor, because our good representative from the northeast part of the state, northwest part of the state is so convincing, we put the 9 million back in. And so this is just cutting that back in half. But let me reemphasize. Right now, we pay for every dollar that a fireman contributes, we pay about 5 or 6 in, we, the state, because we want to take care of our firemen. This fund, no matter what we do today, if it's 0 or 9 or 4.5, it's not going to change their benefits one iota. It's just a matter of how quickly this fund gets to 107%. We had testimony just last night. We had the good director of retirement come in and says basically it's about a 2-year difference, a 2 to 3 year difference on when this fund will reach 107%. That's what tells you how well this is funded, because it only takes 2 or 3 years to catch back up by going down to 60% versus 100%, because it's quite well funded. So in favor of the amendment.
All those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 118 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 118 has failed. Division having been called, all those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 118, please stand. I clearly couldn't hear well enough. All those opposed, less than 38. Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 118 has been adopted. House Bill 118 having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Plouston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haraldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
Aye.
Are there any changes? Walters, no to aye. Further changes? Ottman, no to aye. Further changes? Knapp, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 48 aye, 14 no.
House Bill 118, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 118 has passed the House. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 276.
House Bill 276, sponsored by Representative Wiley. Shed antlers and horns permit, an act relating to game and fish, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 276 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is sort of my attempt to make the bill more palatable to me. What it does is exempt residents out of the requirement to have a conservation stamp to pick up shed antlers. And I think that's a concern some of us had. For example, for those of us that hunt like myself, I have my stamp, but when my wife, if, for example, she's not a hunter, if she wants to go with me and pick up sheds, she's typically not gonna have her conservation stamp, she doesn't hunt. And so I just wanted to exempt out all residents from the act. It doesn't change the under 15 or the club exemption either. So that's all it does. I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Wiley for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I consider this a friendly amendment. Now we're going to be able to keep the kids happy, keep the scouts happy, keep the department happy, keep all Wyomingites happy. On and forward. Thank you.
Anybody else? Question called. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 276, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 276 has been adopted. House Bill 276, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellamand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Craigo? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storr? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Swanitzer Dan? Swanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
Aye.
Are there any changes? Byron, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 39 aye, 23 no.
House Bill 276, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 276 has passed the House. Now, the next 2 bills we have are both require a 2/3 majority to pass. So those will be House Bills 208 and House Joint Resolution 2. So the first one for our consideration will be House Bill 208.
House Bill 208, sponsored by House Appropriations. School Foundation Program Reserve Account Investments, an act relating to school finance, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Do we have any amendments? I don't see anything. All right. House Bill 208, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
Aye.
Are there any changes? Allemand? No to, Allemand, no to aye. Locke? No to aye. Singh, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 58 aye, 4 no.
House Bill 208, having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 208 has passed the House. The next bill for our consideration is House Joint Resolution 2.
House Joint Resolution 2, sponsored by Representative Summers. Constitutional Amendment, Residential Property Class. A joint resolution providing for the assessment of residential real property as a separate property class for the purpose of taxation and authorizing subclass related to residential real property, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move third reading amendment number 1 for House Joint Resolution 2. There's a corrected copy, so hopefully everyone sees that.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So this is a simple amendment, but let me start off with the House Joint Resolution 2. It creates a fourth property class by separating out residential real property from the all other property and real and personal property. And this is kind of just a simple amendment to this bill. The amendment simply restores an option for a cap in this amendment for a maximum annual valuation increase. Now, this is just putting the capability in there. This isn't putting a cap, putting an actual cap number in there. So for this new property category of residential real property, this was presented in kind of the original interim committee resolution that was put out there. And so I'm just looking to restore this after kind of the work that was done in the interim committee and for the interim bill. So in short, this just places the option for an annual valuation increase, putting a tool in the toolbox for this body sometime in the future. That's all this really does, is place the simple capability in there. Again, there's no specific cap value in this amendment, so it's not a required thing. For the most part, it just provides this future option for the cap. It provides the opportunity for, if necessary, if we were to see this necessary some years down the road, it just provides us the capability to use this as an additional tool in the toolbox. And for the most part, since this is a resolution and we're going to need to go to the voters, my objective here is again to just capture the work that was done in the interim, that was in one of the original bills, and to put this additional tool in the toolbox for this constitutional amendment. I know that many of you have some history on this, and I know several times this cap issue has come up. There has been discussions that maybe it was not constitutional. So that was my objective here, was just to, again, put the option in there. To be honest with you, with people, I wanted this option in there as well, because for our people, sometimes caps are they are very understandable. It's an understandable option for the people of Wyoming if we decided to use it. Again, it's obviously an option that needs strong consideration before a cap's actually implemented. That being said, it's that type of an option, a type of a tool in the toolbox that people will recognize. So I look for your support for this amendment, and I stand for questions.
Representative Zwanitzer, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would say there's no simple amendments to the Constitution. So when we talk about the document that governs our state, everything is more than just let's throw it out there and see what happens. My issue with this specific wording is it's another tool, but it limits to just that maximum annual valuation increase. So if we want to allow the legislature to have tools at our disposal in the future, I mean, that's an interesting question, and maybe we can get behind that, but to be so prescriptive in the Constitution that the one tool is this maximum annual valuation increase, I just think that's not the right conversation for today for what, the broad intent of this amendment is doing, that our constituents, I believe, throughout Wyoming are asking. Some I know in some parts are asking for this type of a tool. I just don't think this is the only tool, and that's a conversation for a later day.
Representative Washut, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question for some of you that have had more experience with these constitutional amendments, but it would seem to me that the more wordy or convoluted the amendment gets, the more difficult it might be to get voters to comprehend it and vote for it. And so I'm just looking for some feedback on whether that's the case or not.
Representative Stith, for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, I'd call for a point of order in a Rules Committee, because I miss my friends on the Rules Committee, to talk about whether this amendment's germane. It doesn't seem that it seems like it's outside the title of the bill.
Oh, my. Rules Committee to the front. Okay. After the Rules Committee met, I'm not going to give the gory details, but, and I would concur with the majority of the Rules Committee that this amendment is germane and does fit within the title. And so Representative Locke, you can continue. Let's see, somebody came up, you presented your case. And so we're still on ones. So anybody that would like to support this amendment, Representative Ward. Let's also kind of quiet down out there. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to some previous comments, I'd like to point out that this is not the only tool. It is one tool, and it allows legislators to own tax increases. I am on and in support of this amendment.
Anybody else for the first time? Representative Brown for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, sorry. You know, the germaneness discussion that we just had was an interesting one. And what I started looking at was actually the Constitution as it's written right now. And the reason I would be on and against this particular amendment is when you look at the rest of these properties, we've got gross production of minerals, property used for industrial purposes, and then all other property, real and personal. Nowhere in there do we go in and start talking about the valuation thereon. Then we start talking about it in subsection B of that. We're talking Article 15, Section 11, and it says it shall prescribe the percentage of value which will be assessed in each class. So I feel like with this particular amendment, we're actually completely contradicting the current state constitution that was ratified back in 1988, because that's exactly when this was put in. So the Constitution's a fickle little thing. It fits us when we need it, and sometimes we don't like it, but it actually says right here, the vote of the people back, you know, a year after I was born, that this is how it's going to be assessed. And now we want to go back and say, well, but residential property, we want to treat that one differently. Everybody else, all you mineral companies and everybody else that's actually paying the bills for this state, you guys are still being assessed at whatever we say. And now we want to go in and we want to put a lock on that because this particular body feels that we should do that. I'm not saying it's Armageddon if it passes, but I don't like it.
The most disturbing thing is you were born in the late 80s. Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not born in the late 80s. I would have to say to this body that we have added quite a bit of spending in this session based on the supplemental budget, and now we have an opportunity to give something really meaningful. I voted for every opportunity we had to give money back to the taxpayers, and they were good things, but they were very small things. Here is a chance for us to do something very significant, and it's going to take time. This is going to have to go to the voters. They're going to have to make a decision if they want this in the Constitution or not. And if they choose to do it, it's going to have to come back to us to make a decision of how we're going to do that. That's a lot of time before they're going to feel the relief of this, but it would be significant relief, and it would give this body the ability to do something very meaningful, especially at a time when we're dealing with surpluses and our constituents, I have to say a lot of our constituents, are not dealing with surpluses in their own bank accounts. So on and for the amendment, and I really appreciate the bringer of the amendment.
Representative Heiner for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the body, there's a lot of confusion over this House Joint Resolution out there. There's a lot of people that don't understand it. And frankly, it's going to have to go to the polls, and they're going to have to understand it. And as they read this, I think this amendment will add clarity to what we can or plan to do. And I think it's going to make it more palatable for them at the poll. I think they're going to realize what this can do for them in the future. And so I think this is a great amendment to bring understanding to our voters when they go to the ballot. And I think it has a better chance of passing with this amendment. So I urge your consideration for that. Thank you.
Representative Storer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just think it's worth pointing out that Article 15, Section 11, which we're talking about changing, includes under D that all taxation shall be equal and uniform within each class of property. This amendment to the resolution will completely change that concept and be in conflict with the current Constitution. So on and against the amendment. Thank you.
Anybody else for your first time? Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I think it's really good we talk about this issue. I think, first, I just want to, can you hear me back there? Is this, okay. First of all, about the work done on the interim committee, and I think there's a few legislators that are still here that were on the 66th Revenue Committee. Everybody on the 67th is brand new, but there are a few of you that sat on. And I'll just tell you, we talked about caps extensively, studied it, and actually defeated it. And then there was a procedural move for another issue by a good representative from Teton I'm looking at. And then once that opened the door, this came back in. And so it came back in at 5 o'clock at night on a procedural motion. So that's what happened in the interim. Okay, so be clear about that. I think the thing is, us folks who have lived in Wyoming a long time, we've had some spikes. We've had about 3 property spikes in about 50 years. And we've just had another one, and it's happened in about 5 counties. If you're out in Niobrara, Goshen, you haven't had a spike. And so I think that's part of this thing. It really affects about 4 or 5 counties. My county was not even so much a spike in valuation, but it was from previous assessments from previous elected officials. The State Board of Equalization reprimanded them and said, hey, follow the Constitution. And that's why we had this uproar in my county. All right, and so that was part of that story. The other part, I think, there's other ways, there's lots of ways to look at caps. Wyoming already caps our mill levies. State is capped at 17. That's the counties at 18, cities at 8. We are now in Wyoming paying some of the lowest, we're paying the lowest mill levy assessments in modern state history because we have no school construction mill levies. Right, so that's part of that story. I think it was brought up, Article 15, Section 11, about this uniformity. We've got really an incredible system in Wyoming because we are really like a kind of a medium-sized town when you look at all 560,000 of us spread out over the 10th largest state. But the CAMA system and the way we value uniformity, the valuation is key. And so then you look at these states that have done caps, and this started in the 70s. So what's happened in these states that have done caps? And some of them are wealthy states, but really who's benefited? The rich are going to benefit the most. They're going to benefit the most. You look at property tax as a percent of personal income in states that have caps, it's dropped dramatically. The non-mineral counties, be careful. Again, if you're in Converse today, Campbell, although it's shrinking a little sublet, you're probably going to be fine. You'll just recapture less to the state for schools. And then I think what the experience has been in these other states with caps, you have to raise other taxes. I mean, we all want an ambulance when we dial 911. We all want the firefighters to show up 911. We all want our county parks and county roads and county weed and pest and county building when we want an inspector out there when we add on to our place. And then we want our city services and protections, and we want our local schools.
Let's reel it in a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. But I think, so I urge real caution on this. And I think the separating residential is probably a hard enough lift. It's a hard enough lift. I'm not sure how everybody, but then you throw this uncertainty of caps, and We've got a really good system. And again, know what's driven this system. It's not all of us who've lived here for our lifetime. And it's happened in a few counties where people want to live next to the beautiful mountains and do those kind of things. But I think be really careful on who that would benefit and then how this property gets unequal over time. And that's a real problem. You're living in a duplex next to somebody and you got a different tax rate than they do. And there's a fairness to this thing. One of the first principles of taxation is fairness. There's a lot of ways to look at this thing. I think, number one, we want to help those poor people with the refund, but there's other ways to think about how do you tie this to budgets? And mill levies is probably a more appropriate way. But boy, we start messing with the valuation. You know, be careful. So I urge caution. We did talk about this, but you need to know how that got in that joint revenue bill at the last moment of a meeting and why that bill's not here. So thank you, and on against the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Davis for your first time.
Of course, not being really up on this stuff, the question I have, does this anyhow affect the value of your property at resale time? Does it do anything on that? Is my question. Not knowing totally what this is going to do, does it affect the resale value, fair market value of your property? I don't know.
Representative Jennings for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I sat on that. I'm one of the few that did sit on that committee with the good chairman, and I sat a little ways further to the right, I think, and my memories are perhaps a little bit different than the chairman's. I think he told the entire case how that came to be. The difference in how I remembered it was the conversation surrounded having a bill to cap fair market value valuations. And the debate was centered around the fact that if we did that, it would be unconstitutional. And so pretty much everything that we brought to bring reform to the fair market value system, and we're not talking about the other bills that would bring reform, maybe my other bill was one to look at that. But the caps we were told over and over again was unconstitutional. I personally don't believe that that's correct, but if they are correct, then this amendment allows, and this is all that this does, this doesn't mean it doesn't mean this body, listen, if we voted on this today, I don't think there's any way that we would go for caps on fair market value, but I don't know. This would only allow the people to give us the permission to look at it. If it's true that it's unconstitutional, and again, I would disagree with that, this resolution was only going to the people out there that are paying the foot in the bill, the people that pay these taxes, whether it's 5 counties or, I don't know, I hear it from people all over the state that their property taxes have gone places they didn't like. And this would be a tool, and that's all we're doing. That's all we added in. And yeah, it was at the 5 o'clock when that motion was made. And so it was a motion which the committee did pass. They did. And they passed it from the standpoint that this would give the people out there an option to look at the constitutionality of allowing us to look at it. That's all it is. It's just a question of, do you want the opportunity? I don't know if it'll pass. I don't know if our people, I understand that on the state to the west of us that has a cap built into their mechanism for gathering tax. The people that I've talked to, very much, all, without exception, have all said they love it. Now, the people who don't like it is the bureaucracy and the politicians. And so You know, I don't know. It's why I ran a bill for us to study it and try and get, away from some pitfalls that might be a problem. We can't, if they're correct, and would be unconstitutional to run a bill. That's why you didn't see a single bill here about a cap. And yet people all over the state are asking us, well, hey, can't you give us some relief in some mechanism of reform? This is not a great reform, I'll grant you that. I think that we ought to look at our system of how we gather it. But this amendment gives the opportunity for us to look at, and that's all it does. It puts a tool there that we might be able to have the debate. What's the pros and cons? And our people back home, they want us to be able to at least talk about it. Every time we bring a bill and it's struck down as unconstitutional, in everybody's opinion of that, this would allow us to debate it. Why would we want to take a tool off the table? It doesn't make sense to me. It's not saying we're going to do a cap. It's saying to the people of Wyoming, would you like us to be able to do that, to talk about that? So on and for.
All right. Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? You sure? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to talk about a couple of things that I heard questions on. First of all, uncertainty. There is some uncertainty, but we've got time. We've got time to deal with that uncertainty. Remember, this is going to go to the voters. It's a while before we have our next election where they can make a choice. And once that happens, it comes back to this body to make a decision or two as to how it would happen or if it would happen. So uncertainty, yes, but time to deal with that uncertainty we do have. Also, we heard a lot about the potential of this being unconstitutional. Again, that is why we're going to the voters to see if they want to amend the Constitution. I'll remind you that the bill that we're amending is to add a residential property class. That is unconstitutional at this moment. If we pass this bill that we're trying to amend right now, that would go to the voters and they would determine if that's going to be constitutional or not in the future. So we have an opportunity to make this constitutional, and this is our first chance to vote on it, this amendment. So it's very, very important, and because of that, Mr. Speaker, according to House Rule 12-4, I would call for the ayes and noes, and I'm on in support of the amendment.
Anybody else? Second haven't been called. I didn't see the second. Okay, all right. Anybody else for their second time? Representative Heiner.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Members of the body, we spend a few weeks here, less than 100 of us, trying to legislate, come up with solutions to the state's problems. And no matter how hard we work a bill, when we go home, there'll be some people that are dissatisfied with what we did. There'll be some unhappy folks, because there's only 100 of us trying to resolve things for 500,000 plus. The best option is to put that on the ballot and let everybody decide. Let everyone have a vote so that they can all agree as a democracy what is the best. That's what's the beauty of this House Joint Resolution. It'll go on the ballot, and then 580,000 people, or however many thinks it's important enough to vote on it, will have their say. They will decide if they want a fourth class. They will decide if they want caps on residential property increases, and they get to decide. And that is the ultimate way that democracy works. So I urge an aye vote for this. Thank you.
All right, anybody else for their second time? Representative Locke, bring us home.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you all for the conversation. It's been great. Just a quick note that there's always this conversation about whether it's constitutional or not. This is a resolution, so everything we're proposing, we obviously assume it's already not constitutional, so we're working at that direction. Let me start there, but there was a question asked about the value of resale. This is not going to impact values of resale. That's not what we're looking to do here. In terms of the uniform application of tax, that with the split of the property types, that was the objective here, is to give an additional option for this new residential piece. It's kind of interesting in this resolution, we go through and we create this new piece, but we really don't talk a lot about how we intend to use that. I actually believe this brings quite a bit of clarity to that, and quite honestly, brings some potential really meaningful potential reform to this if we were to decide to use it, that reform to this resolution. Important note, and I know we said this too many times, but obviously this is for future consideration. But maybe one of the most important things that I really heard out here, and where my head and heart was, is as I knocked on doors, I know I've said this many times, and when it comes to property tax, everybody in this room heard it. But the long and the short of it is, people are looking for reform that they can recognize. And this is an opportunity for us to put this in front of them. Thank you all for this. I look forward to your favorable consideration for this amendment. Thank you for your time.
The question is, shall third reading amendment number 1 to House Joint Resolution 2 pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? I'm sorry, Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Aye. Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Banks? Closing vote? Vote closed. 29 aye, 33 no.
Third reading amendment number 1 to House Joint Resolution 2 has failed. House Joint Resolution 2, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stibar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
Aye.
Are there any changes? Banks? Aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 37 aye, 25 no.
House Joint Resolution 2, having failed to receive the affirmative vote of 2/3 majority of the members elected to the House, House Joint Resolution 2 has failed to pass the House. And I think we're done with third reading.
Oh.
We are not going to do any general file today, folks. And we are going to do reports from standing committees.
Senate File 5, sponsored by corporations. Medical malpractice statutory update, an act relating to the insurance code. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, corporations, elections, and political subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 5. Medical malpractice statutory update. Respect the report, send back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Haroldson, Harshman, Knapp, Newsom, Olson, Ottman, Wiley, Yin. Representative Olson, Chairman. Senate File 6, sponsored by corporations. Insurance rebating modernization, an act relating to the insurance code. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, corporations, elections, and political subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 6 engrossed, insurance rebating modernization. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Haroldson, Harshman, Knapp, Newsom, Olson, Ottman, Wiley, Yin. Representative Olson, Chairman. Senate File 7, sponsored by Senator Baldwin. Definition of opiate antagonist amendment. An act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred Senate File 7 engrossed. Definition of opiate antagonist amendment. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Clouston, O'Hearn, Penn, Trujillo, Yin, Zwanitzer. Noes, Representatives Hornock, Ward. Representative Zwanitzer, Chairman. Senate File 10, sponsored by Labor. Licensed Professional Counselor Compact, an act relating to professions and occupations. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred Senate File 10, Licensed Professional Counselor Compact. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Clouston, O'Hearn, Yin, Zwanitzer. Noes, Representatives Hornock, Penn, Trujillo, Ward. Representative Zwanitzer, Chairman. Senate File 24, sponsored by Judiciary. Financial exploitation of vulnerable adults, an act relating to banks, banking, and finance. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 24, Financial exploitation of vulnerable adults. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chestick, Crago, Nemec, Oakley, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Washut. Noes, Representative Haroldson and Jennings. Representative Washut, Chairman. Senate File 26, sponsored by Labor. Psychology Interjurisdictional Compact, an act relating to professional licensing. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred Senate File 26, Psychology Interjurisdictional Compact. respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Clauston, O'Hearn, Yin, Swanitzer. Noes, Representatives Hornock, Penn, Trujillo, Ward. Representative Swanitzer, Chairman. Senate File 42, sponsored by Revenue. Taxation of cigars, an act relating to tobacco taxes. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 42 engrossed, taxation of cigars, respectfully report, same back to the House with a recommendation that do pass failed in accordance with House Rule 5-4. Ayes, Representatives Larson, Nicholas. Noes, Representatives Henderson, Sherwood, Stiff, Walters, Zwanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Senate File 51, sponsored by Education, School Finance Regional Cost Adjustment, an act relating to school finance. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 4 Education, to whom is referred Senate File 51 engrossed, School Finance Regional Cost Adjustment, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Allred, Andrew, Berger, Brown, Clauston, Lawley, Northrup, Obermuller, Provenza. Representative Northrup, Chairman. Senate File 118, sponsored by Appropriations. Fund balance calculations, federal encumbrances included, an act relating to the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 118, fund balance calculations, federal encumbrances included, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stiff, Walters, Swanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
Re-referrals. Chairman Northrup. That would be Senate File 51.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer Senate File 51 to your good Committee Number 2 Appropriations.
Seeing no objections, Senate File 51 is re-referred to Committee Number 2 Appropriations. Does that clear the deck? Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House
Wait.
adjourn.
Well, we'll do committee announcements in just a second. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Thursday, February the 9th, 2023.
Committee announcements, Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The caucus scheduled for tonight is canceled. We'll reschedule sometime when it isn't so late. Thanks.
Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 5 Agricultural meet in the morning at 8 o'clock. We will work Senate File 74, slow-moving engrossed, slow-moving vehicle amendments, Senate File 68 engrossed, prescriptive easements for water conveyances. Also bring the non-engrossed copy, especially of the slow-moving vehicles. We may want to amend some things back into it.
Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Committee Number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources will meet tomorrow upon noon recess, and we will consider Senate File 59, State Parks Account Agency Expenditure Authority, and Senate File 88, Weighted Bonus Point System.
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee Number 3, Revenue, will meet tomorrow morning, Thursday, February 9th at 8 a.m. Our usual Capital Extension Room East 3 for the following two bills: Senate File 41 engrossed, skill-based amusement games, authorized locations, and Senate File 63 engrossed, tax administration revisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee Number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs will meet tomorrow upon noon recess to hear three bills: Senate File 18, Benefits for Spouses of Law Enforcement Members, Senate File 19, Highway Safety Child Restraints, and Senate File 20, Driver's License and ID Card Photo Quality.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your House Appropriations will meet on adjournment. He'll Senate File 158. Any other re-referrals that show up?
Anyone else? You have heard the majority floor leader's motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. The House is adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, February 9th, 2023. Just a reminder, we have joint rules tomorrow at noon. Thank you, Representative Stivar.